Mark, and I'll talk a little bit while you guys are setting up and getting in here. I'm a professional magician, a magician that's been performing for a very, very long time. We're going to do some stuff. I started on TV on Sesame Street at 5 years old. My first TV show was Sesame Street. Doing magic at 6 years old, and from there to Electric Company and Zooms and Johnny Carson, Letterman. I've been on Oprah. I've been on probably about 60 different TV shows over the past 40 years. And I'm a self-taught magician from just reading books, and we're going to talk a little bit about that tonight. How about a big hand to all the inductees for 2023? Yeah. So, I want to show you, and that's why this is awesome that you guys come close. I want you guys to be able to see just how this works. I'm going to try to explain how magic works also, and maybe even teach you guys how to do some things. It's called misdirection, the ability to make you look where we want you to look. Just by moving items, dropping items, looking certain directions, I can make you look. That's what we're trained to do. Magicians are trained to make you look where we want you to look. Does that make sense? On the set on Sesame Street, we had a red tablecloth with a red handkerchief. The idea is that if it's the same color, you could have the handkerchief sitting on the table and you wouldn't be able to see it because it's the same color as the tablecloth. Does that make sense? Unfortunately, we get here today and I forgot I have a white tablecloth with a red handkerchief, but we're going to try to get you to understand misdirection anyway and show you how it works. If I roll the sleeves up with misdirection, with all the cameras everywhere, and I remember the characters, Big Bird, you should be able to take anything you put in your hand. What's your name? I tell you what, wait there 1 second. Let's put the scarf back so you can see it in the proper light. If you watch closely, you should be able to understand how this works. You can clap if you want, if you see it. The trick is to make this, I can make you look, again, when your hands are fast, you make people look where you want them to look. Come on, guys, make some noise, people. Come on. Shit, I'm up here doing all this hard stuff. Y'all have to. No. I'm just having fun. This is going to be good. So, the ability to make things move left, right, really doesn't matter. I'm lefty, but I like to move things from left to right. I'm ambidextrous. I guess if you blow on the scarf goes away from the body. If you breathe in, I can make it come towards the body. Magicians are trained to make. If I breathe in, do me a favor, man, if you don't mind. If I breathe in, just hit the back of the hand. 1, 2, 3. I'm only kidding, man. What a nice lady. No, come on. The scarf, what happens when you breathe in? You do. So my hands are very, very fast, okay? I can make anything I touch, really, coins, balls. I mean, we start with small items, but anything I touch, I can just about make disappear. What hand do you catch with? If you're a lefty, righty, if I throw something, can you catch it?
I can try.
1, 2, 3, up. Give him a big hand. So I need... Oh, this is gonna be good tonight, boy. This is gonna be good tonight. Oh, this is gonna be. I'm just curious. Like, where are you guys from? I'm born and raised in Philly. Born and raised in Philadelphia. Get up for the Philadelphia Eagles, the #1 team in the NFL. I told David I would say that. He said, no. Just curious. Where are you guys from? I heard Virginia. Some people coming in talking about Richmond and Virginia. Minneapolis. Okay. Mass. Michigan. Massachusetts. Mass, okay. I hear it. That's awesome. So I want to ask a question. I guess different parts of the country, like who likes to cook? I'm just curious, by a show of hands, who likes to cook? Who likes to eat? Yeah. I need somebody who knows how to cook. Do you have anybody who would like to come up that knows how to cook? I'm just curious, like, and also, what do you like cooking? I'm just, young man, what's your name, sir? What's your name? What is it? Do you like cooking? Do you want to learn how to cook? How old are you? Give him a big hand. Come here. Give him a big hand. Come here. I'll teach you. This is real simple. Hold this. Stand over here. Watch very closely. Please do not try this at home. Only I can do this because I'm a professional magician. Get you stand over here for me. You say you don't like cooking?
I don't know how to cook.
Oh, we're going to teach you right now, brother. Watch this. This is a very dangerous trick. Please do not try this at home. Only I can do this because I'm a professional magician and it takes many, many years to do this type of magic. Here you go. Get some room. Do me a favor. Hold your arms out like this for me, everybody. Repeat after me. Hayata! Woo! There you go. Meow. I tell you what, do your hands like this here when you do it. See, the fire's supposed to jump all the cues of the house. The fire's supposed to jump from here. And if it doesn't work, we're talking about cooking. I'm gonna cook some turtle soup. How about that? Give him a big hand, come on! Now, this is a beautiful baby. Give it up for Dina. Come on, guys, give it up for Dina. This is a special treat. How about big hand? Have a seat. Give him a big hand, guys. Give him a big hand. This is a special treat. This guy right here is only 4 months old. This guy right here is going to get up to about 250 pounds, 300 pounds full grown. It's an African spur thigh tortoise. My TV show, if you Google, well, we'll see, give you guys some information before I go, Magic Mark. You'll see some of the, I'm known for working with animals, exotic animals from around the world. And his grandfather, you could actually sit on his back and ride him around. That's how big they get. So this is a beautiful baby. This is Dina's first show. Give it up for Dina. So I saved Dina for you guys because I thought you guys, let me see something, just by a show of hands. Do you like animals? Who likes animals? Ah, come on, give it up for the animal lovers. All right, I tell you what. You love animals? I'm gonna bring out a baby you would never see at a show. This is a black, yes, it is a snake. All right, brother. And you sit right in the front. You have a good seat, man. This is a black indigo from Madagascar, the third most deadliest snake in the world. What's your name, sir? Do you like snakes?
Yes.
Okay. This is a black indigo. Now, this is, again, the third most deadliest snake in the world. We don't usually work with these guys, but I want you to see how sweet. Come here. Come here. I told Dave nobody would get hurt. So, tell you what. His name is Damien. Damien's trained to do some really cool things. Oh. Do me a favor. I need a volunteer.
Of course.
You don't mind? Just you can stay right there, bro. What's your name? What's your name again? Do me a favor. Hold out the wine. Say Damien.
Damien.
Nice and loud.
Damien.
There we go. Ah. I tell you what. Take the wine. Come here. Come here. Take the wine and just tap right here and say Damien. Back up. Just tap and back up.
Damien.
No. Wake up. Do me a favor. Just take the wine, just tap the basket, say Damien. Just tap it right there. Just tap it right there. Just tap it. Ow! Boy, you can tell those athletes. Did you see that move right there, boy? See, everybody can't do that shit, man. Excuse me. Oh, wow. Everybody can't do that. See, that was a good move right there, boy. All right, so Or Oprah broke the heels of her shoe running from this snake. It's not real. But I'm famous for working with. What's going on, man? Badger, okay. You like snakes?
Yeah, I guess.
Come here for a second, man. I always like all my animals like sugar. I might need somebody to give my sugar. You want to give my baby some sugar? Okay, yeah. What a brave young man. You gonna give my baby some sugar? Okay, here we go. No, he's not in there. He's in here. You can wait there. Face the audience. What's your name, sir? What's your name?
Max.
Max? Give it up for Max. I like that. Like Mad Max? You're gonna need some help, brother. Anybody want to come up here and help him with one of my babies? You want to come here? Come here. Anybody else? Come on. You notice it's all the young people, right? Anybody else? Yeah, come here, brother. Look at that, all these handsome brothers. Come on, let's give them all a big hand. Come on up here, man. So I need somebody to give the baby some sugar. Whoever gives the baby sugar, we give away prizes and treats. You do it for free? Oh, okay. All right.
You know, you're my favorite person right now.
All right, let's give him a big hand, guys.
You know, I never said anything bad about you, dog.
It came out, the mic.
Yeah, the mic fell. Right behind you.
Can you get it?
Here, what do you want it?
All right, so this is Diamond. Diamond is the Burmese, beautiful, smallest of 8 snakes we currently work with on my TV show. All right, here we go. Actually, you know what we're supposed to do, Dave? I just remembered. We're supposed to get the inductees of 2023 up here. I need all the people from 2023, the inductees, please come forward.
I'm in the wrong year.
Come on up, we gotta get a picture. We do this every year. Come on up, come on. Let's give him a big hand, guys.
He's brave and
Wait a minute, guys, little guys here. Let them get their picture, and then we're gonna come back to you. Come on, fellas, get in here. Get in tight. Get in tight. Get your arms out. Get your hands out. You gonna hold them. Just see your hands like this.
I catch footballs, not snakes.
Just hold it out like that for me. All right, are you ready?
Oh my God!
Gotta hold.
Oh my God! Oh my Jesus!
All right, let's look at the camera, and at the count of 3, say crazy.
It does, right?
Let's give him a big hand, guys. 2023.
We want sausage breaks.
Of course he bites. And he's hungry too. All right, where's Richmond?
They're not here.
All right, let's give everybody a big hand. Give him a big hand, give him a big hand. 14. The people that held him, you got a chance to feel, that's power, that's an albino, Burmese. Let me ask you a question. You guys remember seeing Britney Spears with a snake around her neck? That's my snake. I'm famous for working with animals, using my animals in movies and commercials, and I own over 120 animals. That is the baby, that's the grandbaby of the snake that Brittany had around her neck. This is the grandbaby. This guy right here, I'm curious, how old do you think? Anybody? 20? Anybody else? 7? 3.5 years old. He's on a pace. We are currently watching, in Guinness Book World Records, we're actually monitoring some things. He's on pace to be the largest python in North America. He's going to be full grown. We're thinking about 375 to 425. He'll look like an anaconda. His eating, he's just eating at a fast rate. Like how much do you weigh, sir? This guy right here? Because he's hungry right now. Would you mind donating? Would you mind like donating for the team? Sometimes we have to take one for the team. What about you, brother? What do you think he eats? I'm just curious, like, what do you think he eats? Oh, rabbits. Who said rabbits? Who said deer? Oh, now you're getting right, brother. Actually, yeah, he doesn't eat rabbits because I work with rabbits. He eats pigs and chickens. He'll eat Saturday, he'll be eating, and I would imagine, let's see, Saturday, he'll probably get a 60-pound, about a 60-pound pig because he's doing a good job. He's been on the road for a couple of weeks now performing, so it's ready to give him a nice little meal. I need a volunteer. And it's always, I love doing that and see what hands go up. When come here, sir. Come here, bro. Give him a big hand, guys. Give him a big hand. What's your name, sir?
Damien.
Come here. Damien? Oh, wait, make sure he don't have sixes in the top of his head, man. Damien. Boy, he's a good brother there, man. Looking like my son. All right, here we go. We're going to try. Excuse me. Can you pat me on my back?
What the heck?
Give him a big hand, guys. Oh, man. Now I feel better. I couldn't figure out all that weight. I felt bloated, man. Just be careful what you eat for breakfast in the morning. This is Fruit Loops. Do me a favor, get that pig, man. So, he eats pigs. You know, man, I would be a good magician if I could keep, tell you what, yeah, let's try this. I'd be a good magician if I could make a pig appear. That would be hard, wouldn't it? Let's make a pig appear. Are you ready? You have to, why are you backing up, brother? He's taking stuff back. Do me a favor, just wave your hand like this and say, I believe.
I believe.
And blow.
And blow.
A guinea pig, look at that. Give him a big hand, come on. Hey, look at, hey boy. Damien. Oh, this is Coco. Give it up for Coco. Coco was named by my daughter because she likes cocoa. Seriously, she drinks cocoa. We can't get her to stop. She loves cocoa. So I want to try something because I don't get a chance to do this kind of stuff. Are you guys having a good time? Come on, let's give it another big hand. Come on, guys. I'm just warming up. I have the ability to read people's minds. Oh, I got something for you, brother. I have the ability to read people's minds. I have ESP, and I want to prove it to you guys right now. I can look at you and tell you what. Thank you, sir. Oh, that's awesome, brother. I appreciate you, man. Good man, good man. Oh, come on, man. Don't hate like that, man. You're going to come up here, sit right in the front hating, man. Come here for a second, brother. Come here for a second, man. Give him a big hand. Give him a big hand. Actually, I saw him coming in. Boy, that's a smooth dude right here. Give him a big hand. Come on, people. Come on, man. So here we go. I have the ability to read people's minds. I can tell you things are going to happen before they happen. Take 2 steps back. I'm going to try something. I love card magic, and you very rarely get a chance to do card magic at shows because deck cards are so small. So I went out and tried to find the biggest deck I could find. This is a big deck of cards. So can you guys see that? Do me a favor, take that deck of cards, examine them, just look through them, make sure you're okay with it. It's a regular deck of cards, nothing magical about the cards. You're going to find out. This is awesome. Watch this. I'm going to make a prediction. You can actually hold on to them. Okay. I'm going to make a prediction. And when I say make a prediction, I'm going to tell you something before it actually happens. Ma'am, can I show you something? You mind? Come here for a second. Come here for a second. What's your name?
Kara.
Kara? Let's give her a big hand. The lovely Miss Kara. Do you two know each other? Good. Watch this. Okay? That way I can change it.
Right.
All right? So I made a prediction, but now Karen knows what I just predicted, and I can't change it. See, sometimes magicians will predict, oh, I'm going to predict this, and then go have a way to change. You saw it, right? Sir, show everybody the cards again. What I'm going to get you to do, I need anybody, somebody else to stand. You mind help me out for a second? Just stand there and hold both your hands out for me, flat towards him. There you go, just like that, and move this way a little bit. I want you to take these cards and put them closer together. You're going to start taking these cards one by one. You can put 2 at a time, 3 at a time. You put them in his hand, okay? Just keep going like that, as fast as you can. When that man right there says stop, you have to stop.
Okay.
Let's give them all a big hand. Now, hold it. Kara, come here for a second. Come here for a second. You saw this prediction, right? Come here. All right. Shh. When they say stop, I tell you what. No, wait. Go ahead. You start. When they say stop, I need you to do something. Give him a big hand, guys. Come on. All right, stop. Back up for a second. How many? Hold these. Just hold it in hand. Come here for a second. Stand here. How many cards in your hand? Take a guess. Just a guess. What'd you say?
33.
30. That's probably a good guess. I made a prediction. You can examine the cards again. Kara, I don't want to touch anything at this point. That's why I asked you to come up here. Grab the pad, show everybody what I showed you. I made a prediction before you said stop. Open it up. Is that what I showed you?
Yep.
Give her a big hand, guys. So, you said stop. I've never done this way. So we have 1 person, we have 2, we have 3, we have 4 different people involved in this. I'm just off on the side. That card you said stop on better be that 9 of heart. And if it is, I better get a standing ovation. 1, 2. Wait. Wait. The top card, he stops. Stop. You said stop, right? 1, 2, 3, go.
Wow.
Come on, guys. Come on, man. That's almost impossible to do with 3 different people. Let's give everybody a big hand. Come on, guys. God bless. Right.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, God bless. He said, unless they're all down to hearts. That's why I let you guys look at the cards. Let's give everybody a big hand. Come on. Man, how are we doing with time? I'm okay? So, I started performing. This is a true story, and I'll just share. I won't go into detail. This is a story that Oprah asked me to write. This is a story about me, the magic of giving. A story about me, forwarded by Wildly Famous Amos and Jack Hanna. Because of all the animals and stuff I do with animals around the world. I travel with Jack all around the world. But Jack did the forward, Famous Amos, because I love chocolate chip cookies. But this is a story about me growing up in Philly, born and raised in West Philly. Have you guys heard that song before? What is it? From what TV show? That's where I grew up. We grew up together. That's right, Will. So we went to school. This is where this story takes place. This is a story about me growing up in West Philly. born and raised in West Philly. Raised my hand, told the teacher I wanted to be in a talent show. Kids were laughing at me and teasing me and telling me I didn't have any talent. And I'll never forget this as long as I live. Award-winning illustrations, great story, book all over the world. You can get it anywhere, Barnes and Nobles, whatever. But I'll never forget that, raising my hand and kids laughing at me and telling me I didn't have any talent. I remember crying, asking my teacher, could I please be excused from the classroom? While walking through the hallways, I go to my favorite place in the entire school. I love to read. Who likes to read? I love to read. Still to this day, I fall asleep with a book on my chest at nighttime. I love reading. I went to the library, asked the librarian, she saw me crying, she said, what's wrong? She saw I was upset. Make a long story short, she gave me a book on magic for this talent show. It was a story about Harry Houdini, a famous magician who lived many, many years ago. I ended up taking that book back to the classroom, asking my teacher to please keep it a surprise. This talent show started in 6 weeks. I took that book home. My parents were very encouraging and supportive, my siblings. I practiced all the time. Practice makes what? You want to be good at something, you have to practice. You know, you're looking at these inductees, football, you just don't wake up one day and say you want to be in the Hall of Fame, am I right? It takes a lot of practice, commitment, dedication. Let's give them a big hand. Let's give all these guys a big hand. I love commitment. I love the ability to say this is what I want to do and setting goals and being able to prioritize and getting yourself to that goal. There's nothing like it, nothing like it. But I remember taking that book back and practicing, and after 6 weeks of practicing, competing against, again, I was only 6 years old. By the time the show came around, my birthday came, I was 6 years old competing against all 5th and 6th graders. 5th and 6th graders. I won the talent show. The reason why Oprah wanted me to, thank you, sir. The reason why Oprah wanted me to write the book, it wasn't because I won the talent show, it's because nobody knew why I wanted to be in a talent show. A classmate of mine by the name of Roxanne, her father lost his job. She said they couldn't afford Thanksgiving dinner. They didn't have any money. Kids laughed at her. Roxanne, she went home from school that day crying. I went home and said, if I could win that talent show, would it be okay to give Roxanne's family the money so they could have Thanksgiving dinner? My parents said what? Yes, of course. And that's what I did. I saved the best trick for last, the magic of giving. And it's a true story. And I'm only sharing this with you. That's a good brother right there. We need to give him another big hand. Dave was a good guy, man. Not just because he's my fraternity brother. I'm telling you right now, I just love people with big hearts and people that understand the importance of helping others. And at 6 years old, for me to understand the importance of helping Roxanne, I've been living that every day, all my life. The ability and understanding the importance of helping others. Dr. King said the most important thing we can do any given day is to help somebody else have a better day. And that's what I try to do, help other people have better days. Now, Dr. King was an alpha, and I know he's getting excited because he heard alpha. All right, okay. All right, let's move on. I need, and then we can just finish it on this, and then I'm gonna let you guys get on to all the rest of the wonderful activities you have planned. I wanna try something. Do we have anybody, we were talking about reading, and I said I love to read. Who likes to read? Anybody who likes to read? Any of the adults? We need 2 people right here. You're a reader too? And we're over here too? You can stay where you are. Actually, yeah, stand over here if you don't mind. Give her a big hand, guys. I'll come over on this side. What I want you to do is open up that book, scan through the book. When you're comfortable with the book, say yes. You're okay with it? It's just a book. No, that's not the magic. You watch what we do. This is going to be an experiment. What I want you to do is open up that book to any page you like. When you have a page, say yes. Did anybody force you to pick that page? There's no way for me to know the page, right? Watch this. You have a left side and you have a right side. What I want you to do is look on the left or the right side. I don't care, but I want you to select one word. No 2, 3, 4 letter word. Get a big word. When you have a big word, say yes. Close the book if you know your word. Put the book on the table. Give her a big hand, guys. Watch how this works. Now you selected a page, you selected a word. 77, come here for a second. See, I read minds. I knew his number was 77. See, am I right? Yep. See, come on, give me a big hand. Come on, man. Come on, man. Now I saw it in the booklet. All right, oh, back up. I saw it in the booklet. All right, I'm not gonna reveal all my secrets. All right. Do you two know each other?
Nope.
Awesome. Do me a favor, hold your hands out like this here for me, ma'am, if you don't mind. Just wiggle your fingers for me. Sure, do me a favor, hold out your arms, wiggle your fingers back and forth. Watch this. So we're talking about energy. We're talking about energy. You picked a word. You selected one word. Nobody forced you to pick that page or the word. Do you know your word? I want you to concentrate. Think about that word. Visualize. Make that word pop right there on your forehead. Pop out. Very good. What hand do you write with?
Right.
Wiggle your fingers again. Sir, she picked one word. She selected one word. What I want you to do is concentrate. Think about the word. I want you to look at her. Okay, you're going to feel something strange. Put your arms down. Just do me a favor. Just do like this. I'm kidding, sir.
I got bad news.
All right, here we go. Don't guess. She chose one word. What is the first letter of her word? Think about it first. Look at her. I don't want to do this. You're going to do it. Mm-hmm. Nice and loud.
E.
What's the first letter of your word?
F.
Oh, shh. That's good. God, I had you. I had you. Man, that's close. Let me see something. Hold your hands like this here for me. Ah, oh, you're righty. You're righty. That's my fault. First letter is F. Second letter is I. And that's why you had E. The third letter is R. The fourth letter is E.
Yeah.
Is your word firecracker?
Yes.
Let's give everybody a big hand. Hey, listen, my name is Magic Mark. Let's give everybody a big hand. Oh yeah. Ma'am, real fast, when I do that trick, we don't know each other, am I right? Okay, so I don't want people to think that this is something set or oh, no, you're good. I just want to make sure that that's just the ability to read people's minds and we get your help. You were right on it. I had you off a couple of letters. But last year, every year, I own different businesses. I'm part owner of several, probably about 18, 15 different companies. But actually, what Dave was talking about the other night, I get a call a couple of weeks ago, Clint Eastwood wanted to use one of my rabbits in a movie. So I had to get to the set and use the rabbit. But last year we had Soul Snacks that are doing well all over the country, cookies that I'm a part owner of. This year I'm very excited about this Purest Sensitive Home. Have you guys seen this product in stores, Sensitive Home? It's all over the country and Walmarts and all, but I'm the majority owner now of this. But what I'm excited about, we're making germs disappear, one germ at a time. And the beauty behind this, it's a great story. My hygiene sanitizer, I guess it's in the bags. You'll get some of the hand sanitizer when you go home today. But the chemist, the head chemist for Clorox for 34 years is our partner. He left after 3 years, non-compete clause. We were finally able to lock him into a contract. And he's the one that came up with this chemical or this hand sanitizer and the clean solution that has less chemicals and toxins. So it's something that's being used in hospitals. We're already in some universities and schools, daycares, but I'm very excited that this right here, we can prove, and it's all validated, that we can clean and do things with a lot less chemicals that are being currently used in household cleaning supplies now. The reason why I'm sharing this with you, everybody in here that's signed up will get a packet of cleaning supplies from me. So I just want to say thank you to everybody. And you guys are beautiful. Thank you for taking the time to travel and be here. And if I could get a picture, I don't even know if this is possible. Can I get a picture with all you guys? Is that cool? I tell you what, let's give another big hand to everybody, man. Another big hand. How do you want to do it? Dave, I want you in the picture with it. Can we, somebody, what do you think? How can we do it, brother? You want to stand in here?
Stand in front of the screen. You want to stand in the middle?
As long as we can get, I just like these beautiful faces in the picture, man. I mean, look at this face, man.
Run Right behind your table.
Okay, so let me move some stuff.
Promise those animals won't come out.
Oh, right. Oh, watch it. Oh, I'm sorry. Here you go, man. I'm going to move the snake out the way, and I think they're saying if we can get people up here, unless you want the snake in the picture. So what do you say, right here, Dave? Right here? Anybody wants to get in the picture, I would love to have you guys. This is something I'll have in my office forever because I think you guys are amazing, man. God bless, brother. That's awesome, man.
Very good.
Oh, appreciate you, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, yes, sir, good brother. Oh, yeah. Hey, Fire, where'd you pledge, man?
University of Minnesota.
Minnesota, so you did pledge this, what year?
99, spring 99.
Let our little
April
friend
12,
there.
1912.
99, 89, Philly dog, yeah. Anybody else want to get in before we take it? Oh, wait a minute, I don't have my phone. Wait a minute. I'll get it from him. Yeah, he got it. Come on, Dave, get in there, Dave.
Yes, sir. There you go.
Hey! All right, that's awesome. I appreciate that.
All right.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
God bless. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. All right, good brother.
Well done, my
Appreciate
friend.
you, man.
Absolutely, brother.
Oh yeah, big boys. Oh yeah.
What it means, it's a capstone of life's work. You know, you always have long-term goals when you're an athlete. But I don't think, if I'm being honest, I don't think that I even knew that this opportunity had presented itself. So I'd like to give a big shout out and thanks to Dave, the AFA Hall of Fame Association, and everybody involved for giving guys on my level of ball something to aspire to. It's already been a great event, and I can't wait for the rest of it. There's so many people that I'd love to shout out. I'm going to have a lot of people to talk about tomorrow during my speech, but I'll give a shout out to my parents, my lovely mother and father-in-law, every offensive lineman that I ever played with, my quarterbacks, my brother for being my first all-time QB quarterback in the front yard. There's just so many people to name. And, of course, some of my stalwart pioneers, Jesse Luff, Ben Campbell, Shannon Johnson. The list just goes on and on. Joe Ubani, the list just goes on and on of guys who are just as deserving as I am, and I can't wait for them to get their moment in the sun.
All right, good evening. My name is Robert Hunt. I am class of 2017 of the Detroit Seminoles. Wanted to say greetings to the class of 2023 and welcome them to the Brotherhood of the AFA. We're excited to inaugurate these men and accept them into our family, and it's a great thing to be a part of this association, so we say salute to those men.
John Bano, played for the Roxbury Red Raiders, the Killer Lake Club, and one of the best teams around, the Charlestown Townies. I'd like to thank my father, first of all, who never missed a game. And I'd like to thank Jack Morris and Jack Green, Yogi and Les Payne. And I'd like to thank Bob from the Roxbury Red Raiders. I don't know, I hope they're all still alive. I know Jack Green passed away. But I'd like to say a very, very shout out to the Charlestown Townies, Bobby Beckwith, Teddy Ryan, Richie Johnson, and Leo Carey, who got me nominated and into this Hall of Fame. They were terrific ball players, but they're probably better people. I did a lot of partying with them after the games and before. And we were very fortunate to win as many championships as we did. I'm here with my best friend, Sammy Greenwood, who's behind the camera hiding out on me, and my beautiful daughter, Lauren, over there, yeah. And this is quite an honor. We're all happy to be here. And I'd like to thank the Hall of Fame committee. And it's just a great time, a great feeling. I grew up in the Somerville housing projects in Mystic Avenue. And I'd like to say hello to the DAV, the Sons of Italy, and Casey's. That's right, Casey's Bar on Broadway in Somerville, where we do our little partying. There's a lot more people I'd like to thank. Willie Medeiros, Bobby Razzacott, Bobby Martini, and Danny Adams. And my sisters, my beautiful sisters, Tally, Georgianne, Teresa, and Christine, and my nephew Matthew. I'm sure there's more people I should say thank you to, but that's it for now because I think the camera is starting to run out on us. Thank you, Steve. And listen, I wish you all love, health, and happiness in your lives. Thank you.
Oh man, to be inducted into the Minor League Football Hall of Fame means the world to me. I think if you're a football guy, it's like one of the ultimate goals to be inducted into the Hall of Fame, man. It's like, it's kind of like surreal right now because I just got inducted and it hadn't really hit me. I think tomorrow when we actually walk across the stage, and it's actually happening and I get my jacket, I think, and my family and my friends, they see it, that's going to be like, oh man, you made it. Because to be in the Hall of Fame in anything, it's a big deal, and I love the game of football, and this is the reward that the game is giving back to me. Oh man, I want to thank my family, first of all, who put up with me, mom and dad, and take me back and forth to practice when I was a really, really young kid. And then all of my the guys that I played with on a semi-pro level, because to play semi-pro football is a thing of its own, the dedication, the hard work, and we put in a lot of time together. Mike Sampson for inducting me, Bob Urachek for believing in me, Mary and Hal Lockhart, who founded the Virginia Ravens team that I played on them. And it's a host of people that I played with. And if I get into names, we'll be up here all night, man. But to all the guys that I played with, to everybody that I shared the locker room with, all the guys that I played against, because competition makes you better, I want to thank them as well, man. And just thank you for football, for opening doors and creating lifelong friendships for me, because some of the guys that I met playing football, like right now, we're just tight like brothers. So I want to thank them all.
Salad?
I'm not wearing my CGM tonight either.
On the end. Way down the end, they're all wrapped up. Thanks. Way too quiet.
I don't know if to play the Senate or what. Either way, I don't think this is supposed to happen a lot.
How'd that ugly turnout?
Excuse me?
How'd that ugly conversation for me turn out?
You just have to go back and watch it. It turned out no, you got in and out quick.
Yeah, well, you told me be quick and be brief, be quick and be concise. I remember what you told me years ago. Be quick, be brief, and be decisive. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started with the program. Looks like everyone is sufficiently satisfied with dessert and everything else. Some of us can't have dessert anymore. I'm on a CGM and it'll ring out in this room if I cheat. So, and since my daughters are watching this video, it's going to tell on me. So I'm being policed tonight. Okay. Just a few items, and some of these we covered last night. Thank goodness I can see the screen over there. Over here, I got to use my glasses. But I talked about the live stream. I want to acknowledge our board planning committee, and I'm going to show you their photos in a minute. New inductees, sponsors. Most of you have given me the information on who's going to be introducing you. I'm going to ask that you limit your dialogue to 2 to 3 minutes because we have a lot of people. Normally we have an auction during the event. We've compressed that right to online, and that's available all year. So I'm going to stress that you take a look at the items there. As far as apparel, all of that's online, okay? So I'm going to ask that you take a visit to the site, and if there's something that you'd like to have that we don't have, let me know. We'll get it. Steve Weed, we talked about his production. Steve has been doing this for us for how many years, Steve? 14 years. And everything he's done, all of his work product, has been archived. So you can go back when we're no longer here and see everything he's produced. And you can share all of that with your friends and family. Okay, so here I just want to acknowledge our founder, Ron Reel. Ron Reel founded this organization 1980. So this is our 43rd year. This is our 41st induction because we took 2 years off due to COVID. Okay, so that's Ron and his wife. And we continue to focus on the mission of the organization to make sure we're consistent with his wishes and everything he wanted us to accomplish. You know, I still have a lot of emails from Ron over the years, and I did a quick search of my hard drive because I was getting ready to delete stuff, and it's amazing some of the things that he shared with me that we continue to stress with the organization today. One of them was having our event here. One year we were here and they asked us to leave the front steps of the building from taking a photo because we would confuse folks, and we even got a cease and desist letter. But that's all gone now, okay? We're welcome back here every year, and we were just talking earlier about the date for next year. So I can tell you we're going to be right here again next year. Our board of directors, I'm the president, CEO of the organization. There's Rhonda Reel on the board, George Ashcraft, Dick Leland, Dr. Jordan Kopak, Mary Lockhart, and Keith Ballard. Okay, so that's our board. And major sponsors, Dr. Jordan Kopak, I'd like to thank him for his support, and Eric Beach with Under the Lights Flag Football. Okay, those were our major sponsors this year. What did I do? Oh, all right. And we talked about the registration package. All of you got those last night. Some of you picked them up tonight, but there's souvenir tickets in there. Everybody should have gotten a swag bag last night. If you didn't get one, I got extras, and I can get you started with those. Everyone who got raffle tickets, we awarded the raffles last evening. A few people left their tickets on the table. Witt, Mr. Witt, I have your ticket. Is he here? Witt? You won. You left it on the table. Yeah, when you registered, you bought raffle tickets. So you're one of the winners, and I'll get you your ticket before you leave. All right, now okay, I got a lot of questions about this because this just came in last evening, day before. If you haven't received the order form, let me know, and I'll send you the order form. But this is a commemorative football. Those of you who have been here in previous years, we used to put decals on the football and pass that around for a signature. These you can order right from this company, and it's laminated right in, official footballs, and there's a price there. So if you're interested in that for this year's class, I've only done it for this year's class, let me know about the order form. The interesting thing is the number of requests I've gotten from previous year's classes that want this football. So we're gonna do a design for that. It's no big deal, and create a form for that. But I've been getting a lot of inquiries about that. Okay. Now this is going backwards. All right. Last night we had no connection. Keep going. Keep going. Okay. What happened? That's not good. Maybe my fingers are too big. Last evening, we had our magician here. He sent a message on his way home telling us how much he enjoyed performing for us last year, and of course, he's going to be back again next year. And I mentioned the media. This is everything we have logged. There are links to everything we've ever produced relative to live stream, relative to photos, and these are all on the website if you want to take a look at it. Okay? Those of you who use these QR codes or quick response codes, and this is in the program, you hold your phone over any of these and they'll take you right to the website, our social media pages, all of that stuff, okay, for those of you who are into that. And, okay, so the process for inductees, we're going to announce the name of the individual and you come up with your presenter, and then I'll announce who's on deck. So what we want to do to keep the flow going is have the folks who are on deck come over and station yourselves here. We put a chair over here and sit down, and that way we can keep people moving in. And as the inductees come up with their presenter, you'll get your jacket, and then we have all of your plaques here. Okay, the order will be alphabetical order per the order in your program. So, the first individual, and these are our inductees this year. Most of you have met them, but you're going to get to meet them again during the presentation. So, the first up is Tom Akers. Is that right? Okay. And on deck is John Bano and his presenter. Okay? There you go.
Hi, everybody. Great to be here again this year. I'm Brent Bordenkircher from the class of 2010, and I'm here with a lot of good friends, a lot of people I haven't seen in a long time. It's great to see all of you and to introduce you to Tommy Akers. Hey, Chris, when I came up, I forgot to bring the helmet. Will you bring it up and face the decal out? When I talk about Tommy, I'm going to bring up one of our helmets and just set it here from the teams we played for. Tommy coached for the Capital City Outlaws as an assistant coach for over 15 years. And that team was founded by Chris and Alex and Tommy and some others with the values of loyalty, commitment, and brotherhood. And today, with Tommy here, I think I get to introduce someone who embodies all of those. Tommy Akers, before he became a head coach, was an assistant coach for 15 years. In amateur football, semi-pro football, that's unheard of. That's like being the backup quarterback for 2 decades. People leave, people start their own teams, people get discouraged and quit. Tommy was loyal to Chris, Tommy was loyal to us as players, and for 15 years he made us better without ever giving a post-game interview, without ever getting an award, or without doing anything. So much so that when he finally became the head coach, when Chris stepped down, Tommy presided over a merger of 2 teams that had been bitter and hated enemies for years. And it was nothing short of a miracle. Tommy waited his turn, which a lot of people in the games we've experienced, the teams we've experienced, aren't willing to do. When I talk about commitment, I think of Tommy, like my friends Chris and Alex, who served the majority of their lives in the National Guard, like my friend Craig Witz in the Navy, who you'll get to meet soon, like my friend Shane Moore, who is a law enforcement officer. Tommy was in the military, and when you hear terms like boots on the ground and active theater, I can promise you that's where Tommy was. Commitment doesn't come without sacrifice, and Tommy Akers sacrificed a lot because of his commitment to us and our country. And the sacrifice doesn't always end when the commitment ends. Just like we still carry around the aches and pains and bruises, a lot of those guys are still carrying around a lot of the aches and pains and bruises from what they did. Tommy sacrificed a lot and still sacrifices because of his commitment to us in this country. And as far as brotherhood goes, I'm going to keep this under 3, maybe. When I called, Dave Birch did me the wonderful, wonderful privilege of allowing me to call Tommy before he did. And when I called Tommy Akers to tell him that he had been inducted into this year's class, there was a pause on the phone, and Tommy said, "Brent, I thought you were just calling me so we could make travel plans to go out there again this year." If Tommy Akers looks familiar to you, he should. He's been out here 6, 7, 8 years. I promise you, Tommy Akers never cared if he ever got inducted. He wanted to come anyway. He wanted to come out here. He wanted to be a person who recognizes others as opposed to being recognized by him, recognized for himself. He wanted to celebrate others as opposed to being celebrated himself. That's the kind of guy that I want to share this with. That's the kind of guy that I want in this with me. It's the kind of guy I want to see every year. So tonight, too bad, Tommy. Get recognized. Help me welcome Tommy Akers to the AFA Football Hall of Fame.
Well, 3 minutes. For those of you who know me, 3 minutes is going to be hard for me to get it in, but I will because I'm a talker. My wife will tell you that too. So, first of all, thank you, Brent. Really appreciate it. Very, very kind words, and it really means a lot. It's an honor and privilege to be up here tonight with all the new inductees. Congratulations to the 41st class of the American Football Association Hall of Fame. Let's please give everybody a round of applause for everybody. It's a tremendous honor. Tremendous honor. I'm pretty humble, so I'm not going to beat a drum about all the years that I made commitments to the Outlaws and all the, the games that we played and championships that we won. I want to do a lot of thank yous because you guys know, as GMs, as executives, as coaches, the team is involved with so many people. So I just want to do some thank yous because those are the people that actually made a difference in our organization. First of all, I'd like to thank God. Because without him, I wouldn't have had the success that I've had in my football career or military career. I'd like to thank Brent. I'd like to thank Sherry. I'd like to thank Brian for sponsoring me for this great honor. I'd like to thank Coach Chris Lawson, who was the head coach and owner of the Capital City Outlaws. Chris, you saw something in me as a coach, and giving me the chance to join your organization. Sorry, I'm going to get a little choked up here because it means a lot. And letting me run the defense and special teams for you, I'm truly, truly grateful and honored. We had a lot of great years, and we had definitely fun together. I'd also like to say thank you to Alex Lawson, who executive director and owner of the Outlaws. Alex, you were very meaningful in my career by being a shoulder to lean on, being an ear to listen to, and giving me advice on how to run a football team when Coach Lawson was deployed. We definitely rocked it, and we definitely had a great time. I'd like to thank the Outlaws organization and staff. These are volunteers, as you guys know. When you have a semi-pro football team, you can't do anything without the wonderful volunteers that are committed to your organization. They did everything, and without them, we wouldn't have succeeded. A huge thank you to Big Ben Barron. He did everything for us. I'm not going to go down the list because everything from picking up trash to helping put the field together to even DJing or taking admission at the last minute. We couldn't get anybody to show up to take admission. So he did everything for us. He was truly, truly a blessing for our organization. The rest of these people, I'm just going to throw names out because they did everything from shucking water for us, filming games, field prep, setting up concession stands or breaking down, picking up all the pylons, everything. So you guys know how this works. So it's a chore, and coaches and players are busy getting ready for the game. These people, in no particular order, Mark Owens, Matt Barron, Little Mark Smith, Kevin Creighton, Scott Wade, Randy Carr, Chris Bell, Travis Lawson, who was also a great guy for after-game party entertainment. He was truly a funny guy. Karen Moffitt, who would take admissions, and then Stephanie Lawson, who a sister to all of us. She would take admission, and I tell you what, that woman could run a 4.4. If you tried to sneak by her, she would run you down and get that $5. I'm telling you, she was a monster, and we loved her for it. She was fantastic. I'd like to thank the players. These particular players, I'd like to thank. Their hard work led to great games and to championships. And all the players we had, we appreciated them because they worked their heart and soul, put blood, sweat, and tears into the field every weekend we had a game. But some of these players stood out because they did extra. They just didn't show up to play. They did everything from painting the game field for every home game, like Dan Eck, who was inducted last year. He did that for every home game without even being asked. He would do it. He loved doing it. But everything from equipment to inventory to being on a team leadership council that we had. Even some guys would even go out and be online shoppers to find cheap football equipment because, as you know, our budgets aren't very much. Okay, so these guys in no particular order: Dan Eck, who was inducted last year; Tony Schiffman, Cody Yonker, who is also a Joe Klecko lookalike. For all you old school people out there know who Joe Klecko is. Nate Bottom, Adam McCord, Brian Pinkerstaff. I'd also like to thank Dion Morris of the St. Louis Stars and Toby Ocheltree with the Hannibal Falcons. They help provide leadership and communicate league guidelines to teams when I was the league commissioner. They were also team owners and great players. I hated playing these two guys because it would go back and forth, huge rivalries, but they were great competitors, and I really feel they were a valuable part of our league when we were in that league. I'd like to thank a couple coaches, late coach Jim Replinger, who passed away just this last November, and Dave Dione. My high school coaches who mentored and guided me in high school. They taught me a ton about the game of football. They're the main reasons why I decided to be a football coach. I'd like to thank Coach Neil Taylor, who helped me game plan against rivals, and I'd like to thank Coach Tyson Corley, who used to play for us, but he came in and was like our unofficial offensive coordinator. He's also a great high school coach. He's got like 12 state championship rings, and I probably shorted him on a couple, so very knowledgeable. Just a real quick shout out to locations. You guys know sometimes it's hard to get a location to play home field. I just want to give a quick shout out and thanks to Knights Action Park, Sacred Heart Griffin High School, and Pawnee High School. They did a tremendous job to letting us play our home games there. Quick special thanks to the wives and the girlfriends of the players, especially with some of you players that are getting inducted tonight. You wives and partners that are out there with them, you know how this works. Thank you to the wives and girlfriends, because without your support, and our players would have had a hard time just participating in anything that the team did. Okay, we really did appreciate all that you did just for our players, but for your spouses too. So thank you very much, ladies. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to give a quick thank you to my mom, Sherry Akers. I want to give thank you to my son, Dylan. From the age of 10 till the time he was 16, he was at every home game and traveled with us to a lot of the away games. He was our water boy during that time, and he also learned some very, very colorful language. Isn't that right, Brent? I'd also like to thank my wife, Marianne. Marianne, just raise your hand. She doesn't like attention, but she's over there in the corner. Marianne was around when we come back and took over the two rivals, the Outlaws and the Seminoles, got it back together. She absolutely loves football. She thought it was going to be a great opportunity until all the work happened, and then she saw it and she's like, wow. Yeah, this is some stuff that you do. So I want to thank you for helping out with washing the jerseys, washing game pans. Sorry, a little emotional again. Loading equipment in my vehicle. And then just helping take admission and being there for the support. So thank you, Marianne. I love you. Thank you. I want to end this with a little story. There was a 10-year-old little boy back in 1982 that was watching his favorite football team, the Dallas Cowboys, after the NFL strike ended. He was sitting on the couch in a trailer in a small little river town in Illinois. He was so excited that professional football was back on TV. As he watched the game while tossing a football up in the air, he leaned over and told his uncle, "When I grow up, I'm going to be a professional football player in the NFL." At this time, most little boys of this age wanted to be a policeman, a fireman, or an astronaut. This little boy did not. Now, that little boy didn't ever get the chance to play in the NFL. However, he got the opportunity to experience and live the semi-pro football way of life through playing and coaching. And here now stands that little boy, 41 years later, being inducted into the American Football Association Hall of Fame. A dream come true with no regrets. This is truly satisfying and meaningful because of all the players and their families, our fans, the communities, and the lives that have been affected in a positive way. We were one in family and brotherhood. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Outlaws Nation. I love you guys. Thank you, and God bless.
I'm so proud of each and every one of you. You've excelled the sport of football. You reached the pinnacle of success, the Hall of Fame. It's my singular honor to introduce your fellow class of 2023 inductee, John Bano of Massachusetts. Bano, as he's been known affectionately forever by his many friends, some of whom may not even know his first name is John. Beno's a trendsetter. He led the way for all those single moniker folks that would follow. Beyonce, Celine, Cher, Madonna, etc. Beno, they all owe Beno a debt of gratitude. Beno's football career spanned approximately 10 years. Okay? He won multiple championships, multiple MVP awards, and numerous other accolades. He was a teammate extraordinaire. Beno was blessed with exceptional athletic ability, but he had an innate ability to nurture the intangibles that separate elite athletes. His athletic skill was fundamental to his success. Upon the foundation, he supplemented dedication, drive, determination, heart, and above all, passion. If you have passion, you will go to the extreme to perform your best and lift your teams to do the same. Beno had passion. Beno today will enter the American Football Association Hall of Fame in the presence of his beloved daughter, Lauren. Okay? I'm extremely proud to see my friend recognized today by his worthy introduction into the AFA Hall of Fame. He entered my HOF Hall of Friendship 65 years ago. Congratulations, Beno.
Well, I don't know if I can follow Tommy Akers with that speech. God bless you, and God bless every one of you out there. Mr. Peterson was a player with me. I am very fortunate to be here. I'd like to start off by thanking my father, who was a big instrument in my life. He was at every game, no matter where I played. I have a beautiful daughter, Lauren. I have beautiful friends, and I have beautiful family. My sisters always allowed me to play when they had to do extra chores. I'd like to thank Bobby Beckwith, Teddy Ryan, Richie Johnson, and Leo Carey for nominating me to get into the Hall of Fame, which is a very distinct honor. I didn't write a speech. This all comes from my brain, which isn't that smart at the time, but it comes from my heart. I've never been more prouder than anything right now to be involved with all you gentlemen out there. And the man who introduced me, Sam Greenwood, he's in about 10 Hall of Fames for everything, especially Villanova Hall of Fame. My family was a big instrument, and so were my friends. I grew up in the Somerville housing projects. My friends were fantastic. We didn't have a lot, but a lot of love and friendship. And I'm going to tell you right now, I am very proud to be up here, and I hope they are watching this, especially my friends from the DAV, the Casey's, the Sons of Italy, and the Somerville City Club. I have no idea how to explain how I feel or where I am right now, but I want to thank all of you. And every one of you should be very proud of yourselves for what you've accomplished over the years. To be nominated and to be up here is a tremendous honor, and I'm very proud to be part of it. And since I didn't write a speech, I think that is the best I can tell you, and God bless you all. Sammy.
Here, this right. Steps. You all set?
Yeah.
He's got your jacket. Okay. Next we have Armin Covington and Tom Robinson. You want to, where's Tom? Oh, there he is. Okay. And on deck, we have Greg Urchel and his son, Logan. Okay, they'll be next. All right. Very good, sir. All right.
Good evening, or good afternoon, good evening, okay. My name is Tom Robinson, class of, 2003? We did exist back then. Sarasota, Florida. I'm here tonight to introduce you guys to a very good friend of mine, dear friend, who's been special in my life for over 50 years. He was once an assistant coach when I was in high school, along with this young man, Dennis Howlett, who was inducted last year. He was our assistant coach, and when I went away to college, I returned to the school as a teacher and a coach, and he became my assistant. And we have been together for at least 48 years coaching. And he's been a part of my life and Dennis's life for over 50. He is a guy that we love, I love, like a father, like a big brother, a mentor, and a friend. I would do anything for that gentleman. His name is Armin Covington, and he cannot be here tonight because he had an unfortunate accident. He had emergency hip replacement surgery. And a lot of you guys that played against me, the Chicago Falcons, he was by my side all the time, and you all know him. Oftentimes, assistant coaches are not really recognized. It's always the head coach or the owners, right, Jim? Here's an opportunity for me to try and get him some special recognition, which I thank the committee for voting this gentleman in. He really deserves it. He has coached over 2,000 young men in his time. He did 40 years as a teacher in the Chicago public school system. And that's speaking volume. That's speaking volume. And many of the guys remember him. We have another gentleman that's here today, besides Dennis Howlett. Derek Rand and his son, DJ, came down from Virginia to say thank you and congratulate Armin Covington for this event. So, along with his loving family, I watched him. He had two daughters, and I had two daughters, and he said, hey man, wait till the oldest get in high school. You know, she gonna want this, she gonna want that. And then when the second one come along, Mimi, he says, oh wait, you gotta give her everything you gave her, or you gonna be in trouble. And of course his wife Lou, great family. I'm hopefully part of that family. I feel that I'm part of that family. And this guy is truly, truly a mentor and a guy to be recognized. Armin Covington. I have a good friend of mine who was also growing up under Armin Covington. This is Dennis Howlett. He's a member of the class of 2022 last year, inducted here, and he's going to accept the award for him. Mr. Howlett.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Good afternoon or good evening. On behalf of Armin Covington, I want to thank the American Football Association for this honor. I'm going to accept it. I have his jacket here, and I'm going to accept his award there. So, again, on behalf of Armand Covenant, I'd like to thank you guys. And like Tommy said, we've been together over 50 years. He was my coach, he was Tommy's coach, and we've had a good time. We have a long, good life. We were talking about that on the ride out, that we had a good life, and thank God we're still here. So again, on behalf of Mr. Covington, Coach Covington, thank you all.
All right, so my name is Logan. I'm Greg's son, and I'm filling in today for Greg Fictum, a former teammate of his who couldn't be here tonight. And my introduction will be probably a little different than everybody else's, considering I never actually played with him, and his career kind of came to an end when I came along, so sorry about that one. So I've heard plenty of stories about my dad, both as a player and as a person. Some I think might be a little exaggerated, but in all seriousness, one of the most common things I've heard about him is how he was a completely different player on versus off the field. On the field, he was one of the toughest and grittiest players many guys have ever played with, but also one of the friendliest and most professional off the field. He has played almost every position across the offensive line, and from what I've heard, he is one of the best people they've ever been around. Football has played a major role in both of our lives. Whether he was coaching me and my younger brother Max or watching from the stands, he was always there to support us, and I know it was no different for any of his former teammates. Hearing about his legendary career, not only with the Raiders but in college and in high school, has driven me to be just like him. He has been an amazing role model in my life and has inspired a multitude of players that he has coached and played with to be the best player and person that they could possibly be. He has been there every step of the way for everyone around him, and I am honored to be here for him tonight. So congrats on an unbelievable career, Dad.
Wow, that's a little unfair for me. If it would have been Greg Fictum who came and nominated me, it would have been a little bit more upbeat and joking. Now I'm a little taken aback by Logan. Thank you, Logan, for coming. Thank you, Max. Thank you to my wife, Kara. The main thing about me that, if anybody knows me, probably my least favorite subject is to talk about myself. I'm an offensive lineman at heart, and that means I don't need accolades. I don't need touchdowns. In fact, for the 20-some years that I played, I don't have any. Okay? Not even an accidental fumble, nothing. Okay? It's just the way it works. That isn't what I was looking for. Okay? But to me, and the last 13 years I've spent coaching youth football, coaching Logan, coaching my younger son, Max, and everybody would ask me why it is that I like football so much. Okay? To me, it is the greatest team sport there is. It is the only sport that is 100% team. If everybody out there isn't doing their job, then the play doesn't work. Okay? If guy on the outside doesn't block properly, that guy makes the tackle every single time. There's no other sport like that. Basketball, you can have 2 stars, 1 star, carry a game. Baseball, same way. Okay? Football is truly unique in that it is a team sport. Okay? And I've said that speech, 13 years. Okay? And I tell it to all the kids. And then as I was thinking about this Hall of Fame speech, my thought was that it goes beyond just the players on the field. Okay? The teamwork is everybody. Everybody makes football go. Okay? And that starts from my parents, okay? My mom and dad, who traveled to away games and have stories after stories about just the things that we experienced, okay? All of those things are important. It's important my coaches, Jordan Kopak, for example, who coached me, okay? Arnie Garber, another one of my coaches, all right? So to me, everybody is important, all of you guys as well. All right, even though I didn't play against a lot of you guys or with any of you guys, okay, we're all important to the advancement. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Well, okay. So we did play against each other, I guess. That's sort of yeah. Okay. But we all make this sport what it is. Okay. It's the greatest sport there is. Nobody will convince me otherwise. Okay. And it's because of that teamwork. It's that camaraderie of meeting somebody who played, who can tell you a story, and then you have another story for them, and you can just get into this whole circle of going round and round and round and round. All right. And that's what's important to us, and that's how we continue to grow the sport and make more people love football. You can't walk around here and not see thousands of people who just love football. And it isn't just the NFL, it isn't just college, it's this as well. I have some people to thank, and I hope I don't forget. I have been hit in the head quite a few times, so sometimes I seem to forget things. But I mean, most importantly, the AFA for continuing to do these presentations and bringing people together and recognizing people who do great things for football. I'd like to thank the Racine Raiders, great organization that I played for. Probably, I mean, I don't want to get into an argument with anyone, but maybe the best organization in minor league football. We can have that discussion at some other time, but that's the only one I know, so I'll just stick with that. I want to thank again my parents, okay? Chris and Ed, who I'm sure are watching at home. It's important just to allow me to play football, okay? Again, Logan, Max, my wife Kara. The main thing that I thank my kids for is they reminded me why I loved football. Sometimes when you play it as long as I did, it kind of gets to be a grind. It's, I'm sore, I don't feel great on Sunday, all I want to do is lay around. You forget all the fun stuff on why they do it, okay? They reminded me why it is that I played it for so long, just watching their eyes when something happens for them. And good for them, they're offensive linemen too, okay? Watching them play in youth football, high school, and now college has been great, great, great for me. All right. Lastly, short little story, very important, and the one thing that I definitely wanted to say thank you to. We had a deal when we were playing for the Raiders that if we ever got interviewed or anyone asked us a question about a game, that we always were required to mention all the other offensive linemen on the field with us. We always had to mention them by name, and if we didn't, then you owed the group a beer. All right. So I'd like to thank Todd Gorslin, Greg Fichtum, Matt Shaneman, and Matt Callan. Okay? So without them, we wouldn't have gone anywhere, but now I mentioned them and I don't owe them a beer. So thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm also substituting like Logan. Unfortunately, the person that was going to introduce Greg is tied up in Alaska tonight, had a business emergency. Jerry is a person who I've had some personal experience with. Unfortunately, it was not a positive event. He manages an excellent organization. He unfortunately took our task and beat us. His history goes back to offensive line in high school, also in college, unfortunately, until an injury cut his career short. Started coaching at Hampton High School in 1987, coached at the high school level for 10 years. Semi-pro, he went on to defensive coordinator for the Connecticut Bearcats, I'm sorry, from 2009 to 11. Two-time NEFL New England Football League champions, two-time North Atlantic Region champions, overall record of 33-3. As a head coach, he coached the Connecticut Ravens in 2016 and 17. In 17, they were the Eastern Connecticut Football League champions with a record of 17 and 6. Head coach of Connecticut Mustangs in 18 and 19. In 2018, they were the ECFL champions, and I actually, as the president of the league, had the pleasure of presenting him with the winner's trophy. Level 2A national runner-up in 2018 with a record of 19 and 3. He's a quality man. As I said, runs a high-quality, professional organization that it's been my pleasure and misfortune to compete with. Jerry, please come up.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. First and foremost, I want to give thanks and all praise to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, because without him, none of this is possible, but through him, all of this is possible. So thank you, Lord Jesus, first and foremost. Now, I just need a second because I got to take all this in. I'm in the AFA Hall of Fame. I'm absolutely tripping right now. You know, I really am. I never ever thought that this would be possible as a result of doing what's been my passion for my entire life. I love football from the age of 5. In 1972, I saw Mean Joe Green. He scared the hell out of me. And I've been a diehard Steeler fan ever since. And there's so many things going in my head right now. I also didn't prepare a speech, so I'm just going to speak from the heart because that's just the way I do. Takes me back to August 1st, 1980. There's a reason why I'll never forget this day. That's when I started playing competitive football, organized football, in Pop Warner. Freshman football was just getting started in Connecticut in 1980. So they had a level in Pop Warner called a Bantam division. It was ages 13 through 16. Weight limit was 172 pounds. I was 12 years old, about to turn 13. I was 172 pounds. I was the biggest kid on the team. But I was also very, very fast. I was one of the fastest kids on the team. So I remember this day, and excuse me, we had a meeting at the high school, and a little nervous, didn't know what to expect. Never did organized football, always played out in the streets. So the coach said, okay, let's run a few sprints. I'm a good sprinter, always been a great sprinter. I used to run a 4.6 in college, in fact, and as a defensive lineman. And so we get up there, we start running, I think they were 60s. First sprint, I'm hauling, I'm flying, I'm feeling good, right? Second sprint, same thing, was killing it. And people were like, well, who is this young boy running like this? Third sprint, not a problem, flying around. I was feeling good about myself then. Fourth sprint, still doing it. After about 20 sprints, I was laid out on the ground, spread eagled. I mean, completely out, could not move. My dad, may he rest in peace, I wish to God that he could have been here because he would have been through the moon right now. He would absolutely love this. He was sitting up there, cracking up laughing. The next day we had practice. He's like, all right, let's go to practice. I'm not going. He's like, oh, yes, you are. I said, oh, no, I'm not. He literally had to drag me by my ankles, kicking and screaming. It was like I was in a cartoon. I was trying to hang onto the doors, everything screaming. It was hilarious, and he was dying laughing while he was doing it. Anyway, I got out there, I was fine. But that's what started the whole thing. I wound up doing really, really well, actually, and thoroughly enjoyed it. What I loved the most is when you hit somebody, the sound of the pads popping. Guys who play football understand exactly what I'm talking about. There is nothing in the world like the sound of the pads popping. And when you hit that guy and you hear him just wince, I still get chills to this day thinking about that. Nothing in the world like that. And that's when I knew a monster was created. I was always very, very physical. Played in high school, did very, very well. Played for a legendary coach named Ron Carbone. He's in the Connecticut High School Coaches Hall of Fame. He's a real stickler to detail. So I learned that from him. He ran the Delaware wing tee, and he was such a master at it, he actually wrote a book about it. Just a brilliant, brilliant man. Gennaro Jeremy was also on that staff, and he made me the player that I became because I was scared to death of him. He was a lunatic. But I understood why he was like that, because he wanted to bring it out of me, and he did. I became a heck of a player. I started getting recruited by colleges my junior year. So I want to thank the two of them especially for helping to create this and help me along on my journey. I played in college at Western Connecticut State under Paul Pasqualoni, who was the longtime coach at Syracuse. That man was a master. He was a genius. Also Chris Rippon, Steve Adazio, I want to thank them all as well. The late John Zenzer was my position coach in college. In college is different because you play your same position every day. I learned about the science of the game at that point, and I soaked up so much information. Unfortunately, at WestCon, I broke my neck in training camp, and I was partially paralyzed, played the whole year like that. I knew it was broken. I was not going to stop because I'm a big believer in finishing what you start, no matter what, and it was not easy. I had to learn how to become a right-handed player because my right arm was dead. So I would lock my arm out, get in the stance, deliver a blow with my left hand. Luckily, I'm left-handed, so it was a good blow that I delivered. Played the whole year, went right into coaching. I soaked up so much knowledge that I wanted to give something back to the greatest game in the world, which football is. There's no question about it. And it put me on a journey that I will never, ever forget. All the years I coached in high school, I remember 5 years in particular at Hill House High School in New Haven, and those are special years. Very, very special to me. We took a team from 0 wins, one of the worst programs in Connecticut, and having 20 plus kids a year fail off the football team every year, to 5 years later being the Class SS state champion in 2002, and also putting 25 kids on the honor roll. And in 5 years, and this is an inner city school, so they had those same problems that most inner cities do. In 5 years, we had 42 seniors, we put 40 of them in college, and that's what I'm really, really proud of. I spent every single day with those kids during the season, and I was a strength and conditioning coach in the off season. So when I see them to this day, they're all very, very successful, married with kids. Some of them have big-time jobs, teachers, administrators, but they made it. And that's why I did this. I gave up everything for coaching. I gave up my whole life, sacrificed everything. So this induction is validation for me for everything that I gave up. I gave up getting married, having a family, because my players they were like my sons, they were my babies. That's what I called them. And I told them, I don't care how old you are, you will always be my baby. To this day, they're 40 years old plus. They will see me, they come running, jumping in my arms, big hugs. I get so much love from them because I gave them that same love. And rule number one as a coach, if you don't love your players, they won't play for you. If you do, they'll run through a mountain for you. And I gave them all of me. And the same thing with semi-pro. Gave them my whole heart. Sacrificed so much. And I get that love back in return. And that is the greatest gift that there is in coaching. That's why we do it, because we love it so much. I want to thank my staff. Excuse me. I want to thank my staff, first of all, because they put up with a lot. I can be a little intense, I guess they could say. It's just a little bit. My little brother, Leroy Grant, I remember him when he was playing at Hamden High. He has always been my little brother. He will always be my little brother. And my brother from another mother, Larry Brooks, who's also a fellow Steeler man. There's also two young coaches that I mentored, dynamic coaches. They're both doing their thing right now. Brett Harding and Ivan Munoz. They're doing really, really big things, and I would not be at all surprised to see them standing up here one day. I'm so proud of them. My general managers, Vicki Antoinette and Erica Munoz, took a lot of things off my head so I could focus on coaching. I want to thank them so much. I want to thank Todd Kennedy, who brought me back into coaching with the Connecticut Ravens. He approached me and asked me if I wanted to take over his program after his coach stepped down. Thought about it, and I said, okay. I'm known for building programs. I had a team full of rookies, all rookies. First year in the MLF, which is a very tough league back in the day, finished with a winning record. Second year, went to the ECFL, won the championship. Ravens became the Mustangs, and we dominated that league for the first 3 years I was there. Best defense in the league, fastest team in the league. We were absolutely dominant. And we had some great battles, especially against the Marshfield Hurricanes, who I have a lot of respect for. John Fassetti does an incredible job with that crew. And the Rhode Island Cowboys. That was our biggest rival, and they brought out the best in me coaching-wise. Eric Hamlin, Miko, Nadeem, and the rest of the crew. So much love and respect for them as well. I thoroughly enjoyed those battles. But most of all, I want to thank all my players. Every player that I ever coached for giving me all you had. And I pulled it out of you. And I know you hated every second of it. The blood, the sweat, the tears, the puke too. There's plenty of that. But there's a reason why I trained you like that. Because that's how I was trained, and I know what it did for me. And as a result, I became a success in life, and so are they. And it's why I did it, because I didn't want those players to make the same mistakes that I did. And as a result, a lot of success stories going on right now, a lot of them. And that puts the biggest smile on my face, and it warms my heart. And that's why we do this. Like I said, I will cherish this for the rest of my life. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you, thank you, thank you, and God bless you.
Okay, in this case, I would like to introduce John Kidich. My experience with him has been, over the years, I used to drive up to Boston, I think it was? Leominster. Okay, I couldn't pronounce it. My enjoyment along that trip was the lobster rolls that they sold at those places like McDonald's. I'd always load up, and they never made it back home. But anyway, we helped them put together a league using a model of the league I was the commissioner of, the Empire Football League. And they had a lot of teams and a lot of stuff going on in the area. And John stepped up and worked through that. And between him and Jim Harmon, they put together one of the largest leagues on the East Coast. I think I mentioned it last year, to the extent that they got a group in Georgia that wants to join their league up in the Northeast. So I think, what, you got 28 teams?
28 this
Yeah.
week, with 2 already dedicated.
Yeah. So quite an organization, quite a model for minor league football. And it was my pleasure to help them think about some things. And again, I bring to you Mr. John Kidich. Okay.
Thank you very much. My story is a little different than the people you've already heard from. I'm doing it from the management or executive side of the organization. How this came about, and I'm sure a lot of you can relate to it. I started off as a offense and defensive line coach. Coached for 3 years with an organization. In that time, we put together a 32-5 record. Went to 3 championships, won 1. It was a great coaching staff. Unfortunately, I felt the organization didn't give the team all the support they needed. So I left that organization and went about trying to found my own team. Unfortunately, I ran into some resistance because the local leagues didn't want the competition in the area. So I guess I just got my back up and said, okay, I'll form my own league. And needless to say, and I'm sure you people have run into it in your careers, the naysayers and the doubters, oh, come on, you'll never do it. There's no way. Well, through the help of people like Dave, who was a tremendous support and reference, and if any of you run into any issues, you'll know he's a tremendous reference. I called him so many times for help, and I'd get prompt response and a lot of motivation to keep me going in those tough times. Also blessed with a few great organizations. Jerry was just up here. His organization is a fantastic group, well-run, and very professional atmosphere. He already mentioned the Hurricanes and the Mustangs. Our first season, we had 8 teams, of which those were 3, and they certainly helped us to get founded as a strong competitive league. With that, our motto that we had set, we wanted to be a team, organization run for the players so that they could continue to enjoy their love for football. We had the mantra that we wanted one team, one voice, one vote. So every team was represented, had a voice in everything that was done in the league, and an opportunity to vote their voice. We found this to be the best, and it's been a very successful model to this point. There are a few more people I would like to thank. First of all, thank my 2 sons and grandson who supported me and have come here to help share in this with me. It's certainly a proud moment. As most of you, we don't do this for accolades or for money. We do it for love of the game. And with their help, this has been a very, very special weekend and moment that I'll always treasure. Thank you very much.
All right, next we have Leroy McFadden, Jack, and on deck, Sean McNamara. Okay. Come on up. I gotta move faster. You used to move faster than that.
No. How y'all doing? For those who have seen me stand up at this podium a few times, sometimes I do get emotional, but I'm gonna try not to. Because I truly love this game, and when I talk about my teammates or this league, I really get emotional because I am so passionate about this sport and what the AFA has put together here. Now, congratulations to class of 2023. You guys deserve this. But outside of you, when you leave here, as a guy told me once before, this is going to be the biggest night of your life. As an AFA All-American, Hall of Famer, for some of you all that have gotten that honor, but you definitely a Hall of Famer now. When you go home, do not have your plaque and your jacket in the back seat of your car next to your grandson's car seat, hijacking camera time. So I'm saying it because there's some of us that's on the live feed that is doing that right now and they can see me, and I'm just letting them know. And I know everybody back in Kane County is watching. And Leroy's watching. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it here. He just had surgery. He just had surgery on his shoulder. So we probably had more surgery since we stopped playing than when we played. Greg, you know about some of them smash mouth games we had with you guys. And we were, after the game, we'll go drink a beer, have, party all night, and we'll drive back to Illinois. They'll go back to wherever they, racing, wherever they live it up there. And we'll go at it the next week. But now our bodies are breaking down. So Leroy came to us in 2000. I think that they just released him from the Minnesota Vikings. And I remember him coming to camp. We already had a good stable of running backs. I don't even know why we even got him, but he showed up. But that's what we did. We went out and got the best talent. And I remember Hall of Fame coach Ed O'Reilly telling me, when he was in practice, he said, Jack, come over here. And it was East Coast slang. Well, look here, Saturday, I'm going to start you at fullback in front of Leroy. And Leroy can't get touched. If Leroy get touched, you'll be watching the game from the bleachers. I said, the bleachers, coach? He said, you'll never see the field again. So Leroy never got touched. Now, in 2015, when I stood up here, if y'all know, I told somebody that my tailback is 6'3", 240 pounds. And he ran a 4'3", 4'4", 40, 4'5", fully dressed. Some guys out here know it. They ran behind him. And I was telling you the truth. See? So, in the 3 years I ran in front of Leroy, I blocked for Leroy. Our actual winning percentage was 12-1, 15-0, 16-0. That's 43 wins and 1 loss. The football guys played a real bad joke on us, didn't they? 43-1. I just want to, I wouldn't have made it here if it wasn't for him. Leroy came to our stable and just made our running back group the best running back group in the MCFL or in the AFL. I know it's a lot of you guys out there think y'all had a good group, but y'all ran against us and y'all know we had a good group. Not only did he make us better ball players, he made us better men. And this guy's younger than me. He came to us. I started playing semi-pro football in '92. I got chased out of every NFL or CFL camp there was because I was trying to make it. This kid came in and just totally just reorganized everything. And we were thankful for him. I couldn't have had a better tailback to block for. And I was surprised that I would block for him as my coach would say, hey, Jack, you're slow, like Dave just told you. You're small, but you're smart. And one thing, you know how to block. There was a time I was a good tailback, but I'm old and slow, so I can block. So I did the best. I did what was told of me. In fact, I protected Leroy so much, I even took him home with me. I would come home, honey, hey, fix out, get the spare room together. Why? Because that's where we sleeping. Leroy's taking the bed. So I want to welcome my brother, Leroy McFadden. I know you're looking, you're laughing at me because I know you're on the live stream. So it's okay. Because I forgot it, because I didn't make up anything. Because I don't have to make up anything. I know. I blocked for this man. He's the reason I'm here. 2 things. One more thing. Before I came here in 15, I made 2 phone calls. I called my coach, Ed O'Reilly, because he had lost his wife, and I called Leroy. And I said, Leroy, before I go to Canton, do you think I'm worthy of this award? He said, Jack, I wouldn't have picked nobody else to run in front of me. So, Leroy McFadden, welcome to the American Football Association Hall of Fame class of 2023. I was so honored and proud to be your fullback.
Hello. I'm just so happy to be here with so many people that I enjoy seeing and sharing their experiences. I wish I got to see many of you more often. You know, seeing you once a year or once every couple of years, it's great, but it's not enough even. So, hey, congratulations to all of this year's inductees. Congratulations. Some of you as players, some of you as coaches, and some of you as executives. I have the opportunity to present Sean McNamara, who did all of those, player, coach, and executive. So I'd like to tell you a little bit about Sean. And Sean came into the world of semi-pro football after serving in the military. Came to semi-pro football after his military stint. And played on some pretty darn good teams. One of the teams that I think of, the Force team, they wound up winning a league championship while he was there. And, you know, what does it take to win a championship? All of you guys that are offensive linemen know that they don't win without you. And that was Sean, was one of you. And we've had a number of you already tonight. And offensive linemen, just in my mind, the least recognized out of all the players, but the most necessary if you want to win. If you want to win, they're the most necessary. Sean, during his stint as a player, also served as a trainer. Just, you know, wearing another a hat, you know, with his team. So just, you know, great things. And then Sean went from that into being a GM for the team. And he was with that same team and then moved on to be a GM for a team that Sherry Cardis over here was an owner of, the Will County Forest, and certainly helped Sherry develop, and with that ball club, just player, trainer, GM, you see where it's going with Sean. You know, it's just great. Then Sean joined my organization, our organization, National Football Events. Don't have a football team. Never had a football team. Don't, you know, many people there were part of football teams, just like Sean was. National Football Events doing regional tournaments, all-star games, and national championship games. Well, Sean, in his early part of it, helped us with the scouting and recruiting part of it by filming games. And in filming games, those of you who are coaches know that's a really valuable tool. All right, it helps you, but scouting your opponents, often it takes a film exchange. You give somebody a film and you get a film back for that club so that you can prepare. Sean is just excellent at that filming, which is a big part of scouting. Then we started, I mentioned all-star games, and we did the Casino Ball all-star game, which I've had fun talking with a few guys who were there in the past, and 20 years of that in Las Vegas. And Sean was just an integral part of our Casino Bowl over all those years. And annually, we did a Man of the Year. Usually a player, could be a coach, could be an executive. Well, in 2015, Sean was our Man of the Year at Casino Bowl in Las Vegas. Another thing that we've done that Sean, the just a big part, is regional tournament games. And Sean was a regional director with Mid-States football tournament and bringing a bunch of teams together to play in a tournament fashion during the month after the end of their season, typically end of October into November. Teams playing in regional tournament games. And if you won your tournament game, or won the championship of the tournament, you wound up getting an invite to a national championship game that we do in Orlando. So obviously, Sean moving on from the regional to the national championship games in Orlando. We're part of, once again, doing the whole package there. You know, just national championship game, you know, it's not just bringing the teams there, but when the teams arrive to play in a game, arrive at a stadium, you know, tell them, hey, where your locker room is, and registering the players so that here's your roster, you know, and guys come in. Are they on that roster? If they're not on that roster, they don't belong there. You know, they're not eligible to play. Just always making sure that was set up. And then a gate experience, you know, helping out. Diane running the front gate for us most of the time there, with Sean being available to help wherever needed, wherever needed up at front. Just, you know what it takes to run things at your games. Well, him doing it at championship games at the end of the year. So, and we've had 19 years of that, and he's been there with that. So that's why I enjoy telling you that he's someone who has done it all. And therefore, I'm really pleased and proud to present to you the 2023 AFA Hall of Famer, Sean McNamara.
All right. Thank you. Ooh, lights are bright. Big time. All right, I would first like to start by thanking the AFA, Mr. Birch, for putting on such a fantastic event to continue the legacy that is semi-pro football and recognizing those who have done extraordinary things with their careers in semi-pro. So I want to thank you for that. I want to thank Mr. Nugent here for showing me over the years what good looks like. And we've all been involved in organizations where it maybe wasn't the best run, but this man here has shown me over the years what good looks like, and I want to thank him for that. I'd also like to congratulate all the rest of the inductees. This is a fantastic group of people I am being inducted with today, and it's been a pleasure reminiscing with some of you that I've known throughout the careers of different things that I've done and going through some of those memories. It's been a blast, and again, congratulations to all of you. It's a fantastic class. One of the things I wanted to bring up is what this game of semi-pro football has done for me personally in my life. I was lost when I got out of the military. I was looking for that brotherhood. And then, not too unlike some of your own experiences of how you got involved, my two best friends growing up got this crazy idea to continue playing football and started a team. And like Jim said, I happen to be a little bit on the larger side. So I was an offensive lineman and the trainer because I had some medical training, did that in high school. So Chris and Steve, I know you're out there watching. You're the reason this started. But what it has done for me is it's allowed me to travel. The military didn't give me much travel, but football has allowed me to travel, and I've got to go to some fantastic fields and stand out there in awe. UNLV in Nevada. Spec Martin Stadium. What's cute and fun about Spec Martin Stadium, it's where The Water Boy was filmed. We played a lot of our Florida games there. And then one of the best fields I've been at, and this is a nod to Racine, is Horlick Stadium because one of our championship games was played there. And cute, you remember how I said you tend to go down rabbit holes on the internet, and I've got little bullet points so I don't go down a rabbit hole. I went down a rabbit hole, and that field's named after the guy who invented malted milk. So football has given me a lot of opportunities to meet some fantastic people over the years. So in the 27 years I've been doing football, early on as a player, my dad got to finally see me play. When I was in high school, I was that guy that'd get in for some special teams. I'd trip over my own feet. The coach would bench me for the rest of the year. You know how it, right? Yeah, I was not that athletic. So my dad came out and watched me play semi-pro football. One game, it was Luther South Stadium in the city. Anybody from Chicago knows kind of where that's about, what that was about back in the 90s. And after the game, my dad comes up, he goes, you know what, I really think you should consider maybe coaching, maybe something in the administrative line. I go, Dad, why? He goes, you kind of run like Fred Flintstone Bowles, where, you know, I had no stride, nothing. I had no reason to be actually playing. And then turns out I had a knack for being in the administrative side. So one of the things that I wanted to point out, what is it to be an executive? Like Jim said, we wear many hats. One of the things I realized when we started doing the Florida stuff, where I got really involved with it, is part of being an executive is you're also an individual that makes dreams come true. May not look at it that way, but I found that out when a player would come up to me who's never been out of his state and is now playing for a national championship game, and I was a part of making sure that game went off. And that goes all the way down to making sure both teams don't show up with the same color uniforms. You learn that once, and then you ask that question when you talk to them. Oh, you're both wearing red. Oh, and black helmets. Fantastic. Referees are going to love you. But that's what it comes down to. So I want to make sure that, especially from the executive category, I've enjoyed that part of it. Everybody asks, why do you do it? Why have you done it for so long? What enjoyment do you get out of it? It's those comments. Hey, thanks, Coach. This has been great. I've never done anything like this. They bring their family down, and they're all there to enjoy it. So with that, in closing, I want to thank everybody for coming and being part of what has been a dream come true for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Frank Peterson.
How you doing, folks? I'm Brendan Peterson, Frank Peterson's son. It's something I always say with an immense amount of pride. It's also something that's opened a lot of doors for me in life, saying that I'm Frank Peterson's son, both metaphorically and literally, getting me countless jobs and literally getting me into Fenway or the Boston Garden or every parking garage around the city of Boston, too. Reflecting on my conversations with former teammates, opponents, family members, and fans to get material for this speech, there were some inconsistencies, which is to be expected with a league that's over 50 years old and no video. How many seasons did my dad play? How many championships he won? How many he coached on? When the name of his team changed from St. Alphonsus Club to the Killalay Club to honor his friend, their friend, Franny Killalay, who died in Vietnam. As a result, I'm going to focus on the consistencies that I heard. First and foremost is the one that resounded with everyone I spoke to. I'm sure it's happened elsewhere, but I'd never heard of it. In 1966, my dad was captain and middle linebacker of the Boston Park League champion Killalay Club that went un. That's undefeated, untied, and unscored upon. Whole season, 0 points. Mossy Martin, a venerable Boston historian, recalled that one of those games was 2-0, meaning The defense not only gave up no points, but scored the only 2 points of that game. The second consistency everyone spoke of was that my dad left it all out on the field. Literally one time, as he lost his teeth pursuing a ball carrier from behind, no mouthpiece, he caught a cleat in the mouth. This was the first memory that popped in the mind of my mother, Kathy, not necessarily her favorite though. Dropping his false teeth has been a great party trick for the kids for the past 50 years. So. Growing up, my dad's message to my sisters Katie, Chrissy, and me was one that he lived out. Give it everything you got. Hustle. Never quit. Never say I can't do something. My dad's voice will forever be the one in my head pushing me. My dad's athletic endeavors didn't end with football. His relentless mindset continued as he completed triathlons, ran countless road races, even completed 5 Boston marathons. He also earned his 3rd degree black belt in karate. Now you can find him most weekends at the games of his grandkids Tess, Rowan, Jack, and Mary Kate, instilling those same virtues. Finally, the most striking consistency that emerged from every conversation I had concerning my father's football career had nothing to do with the sport itself. While everyone attested to his prowess as a football player, they unanimously declared him an even better man. Growing up in the Mission Hill section of Boston, the son of Annie and Frank Peterson, my dad started as a youth worker helping at-risk kids early in his career. He then spent most of his professional life as a probation officer in South Boston, helping others straighten out their lives. As Kevin O'Neill recalled, he once managed to get a deal to get 6 guns off the street in an afternoon, something definitely not in his job description. He finished out his career as the head of the Municipal Police Department, then head of security for Boston City Hall. The common theme being that he was always looking out for others. Everything my father has accomplished and embodies revolves around his devotion to others. He's never enjoyed nor sought out the spotlight. During this nomination and induction process, many friends and family have had to encourage him to be here today. It's not in his nature. All those same people said the same thing. You deserve it. And we can add another consistency to your story now, Dad. You're a Hall of Famer. Congratulations.
Hello, folks. All right, first of all, I'd like to thank Dave and the Hall of Fame committee. I'd also like to thank my sponsor, Becky. Hope you're feeling better. And that is a long walk to the men's room, Becky. He was here back in 17. I'd also like to thank my spiritual director, I call him, Roger Croak, who's been behind me all this time. I'd also like to thank, most of all, the veterans out there. In particular, the Vietnam era veterans. You see, the Killalay Club was named after a fellow by the name of Franny Killalay that I went to school with in high school for 4 years. 4 years. And then we had our draft physical on the same day. I never saw Franny after that. You see, he died. He died. Sorry, folks. On May 16th, 1966, at 19 years old. Then there was Johnny Monroe. Johnny Monroe, John Moran, Max McGee, and a number of others. The ones that came back, Charlie O'Neill, Johnny Harron, Joe Geary, Ray Feely, had their lives taken by Agent Orange. Then there were the guys that come back and are somewhat still with us. My 2 cousins, Jerry Breen, Billy Cummings, Stevie McCann, a Pathfinder, airborne, Tommy McCarty, tunnel rat, airborne, wounded 4 times, Joe Conlon, big Joe Conlon, Special Forces Silver Star recipient. Go on with Skipper Carter, Skippy Bernhardt, Mike Dunderdale, Jimmy Daly, Kenny Avery. I have the notes. I'm trying to remember. I don't want to forget anybody. I have to thank them. There were also Dave Jello, Ronnie Keefe, George Higgins. And I'm sure there are others that I've forgotten. If I had the time, I'd name all 58,000 that are on that wall. Those are the people, the shoulders I stand on tonight. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Michael Sampson. I am a AFA alumni from 2007. Great to be here. Great to see so many fellow alumni, former players, great people, and just to hear the great stories. It's been amazing, and it always is. I love it. But allow me to impactfully and actually, I'm talking a little bit about the football player, C.J. Richardson, Clarence Richardson Jr., who's about to be inducted. A little bit about the football player, but a lot more probably about the man that he is as well, because they both are equally important, and he's very much a Hall of Fame member in both categories of my book and a lot of people's book. It's been a long journey for C.J. He played 12 years of semi-pro football with the Virginia Ravens in Richmond, Virginia, for the legendary Hal Lockhart and Mary Lockhart. If you guys are affiliated with the AFA Hall of Fame, you are well aware of him. Rest in peace, Hal. Actually, CJ and I played for 6 years of his 12 years together, side by side, with CJ being the strong safety and me being the free safety. So we had a really good chemistry. My thing was always, when the ball is in the air, my job was to go get that ball and bring it back. CJ had a little different philosophy. He could care less about the ball being in the air. He cared about where the ball was going, and he wanted to get there first to that guy because he was going to separate the helmet from that guy or the ball from that guy, and he did it extremely well. He sent messages for years that this is our space, you don't come here, and he did it well. After each of our huddles, we had a little thing that, a lot of you guys know, after a huddle you have something you say. It was always 1, 2, 3, hit squad, because we were the hit squad. And CJ did it better than most out there, and he could still do it today if he didn't have other things going on. But he was great at that. His passion and dedication for the game and semi-pro football is quite honestly unmatched by most players. And I played with a lot of different players. CJ rarely missed games. He rarely missed practices. For him and for me as well, practices were like games for us. Our teams did well. We played hard, and you had to earn your way on that field. It was no coming out and hey, let's give it a shot. It was either you made it through that practice and came back for Thursday's practice after Tuesday, or we never saw you again. Because we all came with a passion. Hal Lockhart instilled that passion in each one of his players as well. So we were fortunate to have that. As serious as a competitor as CJ was on the field and playing the game that he played, he was also a great team leader and mentor for the younger players. He wanted them to have the same passion that we all had. So we mentored players. We mentored all our younger players to continue the tradition that we had, but also understand this is not just about football. It's about the game of life and how we want to approach it, doing things the right way for the right results. There was no shortcuts that we took. We certainly didn't allow our teammates or anyone else to go that route as well. So mentorship for CJ was great. But he also, again, was a great football player, and that's highlighted by some of the accolades you see here. He was in the Ring of Honor, the Virginia Ravens Ring of Honor, which is something that still stands, so those names will always be there. Multi-year all-star selection in our league, the Mason-Dixon Football League. He finished his career as a second leading tackler for the Virginia Ravens all time. And also he was the 2004 Defensive Player of the Year for the team. And I might add that was 1 year after I retired. for my 2003 Defensive Player of the Year. But we're not going to talk about that right now. As I said, CJ always had a healthy competition in football and work and life, and he always tried to be the best version of himself during our 29 years. It's been 29 years we've known each other. 29 years we've known each other. And he's always strived to be the best that he can, whether it be football or otherwise. But football never actually defined who CJ was. That was just what he did at the moment. CJ moved on to do other things in life. He created media outlets, with CJ TV, his own media outlet where he would come on and talk about the local or community issues and some sports talk here and there, and did very well with that. CJ also created RVA Cares, which is a local organization that does a lot for the homeless. Currently, even now to this day, they create care packages and things for the homeless to make sure that they're fed. And it's not just the times when everyone's looking, but it's those moments when nobody is there and looking. And that's doing very well. CJ is an avid Cowboy fan, Dallas Cowboy fan, so much so that CJ was invited on to ESPN's First Take with Stephen A. Smith himself and went head-to-head with Stephen A. Smith. And for any of you football fans that know Stephen A. Smith, he's a talker. You can't out-talk CJ, and you'll find that out. You can't out-talk CJ. And you can Google that. That was a great episode that he performed on. But I think the biggest thing I want to talk about is, as I said, CJ the man. He influenced as a father, as a player, as a mentor, as a brother, so many lives. And he is exactly where he deserves to be right now on this stage, being inducted into the American Football Association Hall of Fame, and my brother as well. Welcome, CJ.
Hey, 1, 2, 3, hit squad. I'm extremely honored to be here today. It's been a long time coming. Me and Mike often have that conversation. And as Mike said, like, I'm a man with many words, but right now, and taking in this moment, it didn't hit me until I put the jacket on. I saw Mike with his jacket back in the day. I was like, you know what? I want one of those jackets. Starting out my football career, the AFA Hall of Fame, I thought it was an illusion, a dream. I just played the game. I love football. Like everybody in this room, we just love the game of football. And as you see by my stature, 5'9", still at a cool playing weight about 210 right now. Like my man said earlier, where's the pads? Let's go. When Big Greg was talking, I wanted some. Yeah, he had reignited the fire. But as my sister would say if she was here, but I know she's watching, she said, you're too old now, let's set it down. Yeah, so after 12 years of playing at a high level, when I played football, I played with a chip on my shoulder. Because oftentimes when they see you coming in, the little guy, he's 5'9", he's 210, he's too small, he can't do this, he can't do that. My thing was, every play, you're going to get the 5'9", you're going to get the 210, and we're going to see who keeps getting up, and we're going to see who keeps coming back. And I was that guy. Every play, I dedicated myself to football, not only for myself, but to the name on the back of the jersey, the name on the front of the jersey, the guys that played beside me. I was representing them that whole time. Only the strong survive. And if you were a Virginia Raven, it was more than 1, 2, 3 hit squad. You knew you were playing elite competition, as many of you in this room. I've heard all the stories about how great everybody was, and guess what? I believe it. Because we felt the same way. And in order to be in this room, you have to have that attitude. I'm the best. I'm one of the best. And I want to play the best. That was our mentality when we played. We could play the league schedule, which we knew we were going to dominate, which we did for years. As you see the championships, the regular season records. But that's not what we wanted. We wanted national attention. Every week, the AFA released a top 10. I'm looking for our name in that top 10. And if it's not there, guess what? Next week's opponent is going to feel that pain until we get into the top 10. So not only did we get into the top 10, at one point we extended all the way up into number 1. We won like 36 games in a row at one point in time. So we had a great family That's what the Virginia Ravens was all about. And many of you guys, you know Hal Lockhart. He built a winning family mentality. Like me and Mike, 29 years, like my brother. But I didn't know him until I started playing semi-pro football. And to all the rest of my fellow Virginia Ravens teammates, man, you guys are just like my brothers as well. Like Mike said about the practices, we had the same amount of people at practice as we had at games. You know, it was more competition in practice than it was at games. My job was to go out there on the field as a starter, as a captain, as a leader, to lay it all on the line in the first 10 to 15 minutes so that the guy that's playing behind me can play as many minutes as I played. Because that's how we carried it. It's a family, you know. We relied on each other. We depended on each other. We fought together. You know, iron sharpens iron. You know, the thing that's unique between me and Mike is, like he said, we had this chemistry. When you came out to a Virginia Raven football game and you saw number 5 and you saw number 8, you had to pick your poison. Do you want to try to run or do you want to try to go through the air? Neither one's going to be successful. I heard one guy up here say they had an under, you know, they didn't score, they couldn't move the ball. That's what it was when we played. I had a special talent, unique, as I could tell where the ball was going before it was hiked. I don't know how I got the gift, but I could tell. I looked at every formation. I could tell how the linemen were lined up. I could see the wide receivers. I could look at the quarterback, and I knew where the ball was going before the play. Some would call it taking chances. I took a lot of them, but I was right more than I was wrong. That's why I'm here today, because when you're wrong, you're not there anymore. And if you know Hal Lockhart, he would tell you, CJ, you got that wrong. And Hal is one of the guys that I want to talk a little bit about our coach. May he rest in peace, man. He was one of the best things that happened to me. He was a straight shooter. Y'all know Hal Lockhart. He was a straight shooter. He's not going to pull any punches, you know, no holds barred. So a couple of things about Hal. He would tell the whole team, come here, guys. You see this bucket of water? Put your hand in it, and they'll release it. What do you see? And that's you if you think you're bigger than the team. So, you know when you put your hand in water and you remove it, it's not like you never were there. That's Hal Lockhart, and that's how he treated us all. And he loved me, man. Hal Lockhart, either he likes you or he doesn't. There's no middle point. He can't halfway like you. He either likes you or he doesn't. If he likes you, you'll stick around. If he doesn't, you won't be on Raven. So one day, I think my rookie year, he's like, come here, CJ, stand right beside me the whole game. I'm going to put you in today. Because I'd never played, you know. I'm a new guy on the team. The Virginia Ravens were established. He's like, I'm going to put you in the game. So I stood beside him the whole game. We're in the fourth quarter with 3 seconds left in the game. I'm still standing beside him. He looked at me. He said, CJ, what are you doing here? I said, Coach, you told me to stand beside you the whole game. He said, my bad. I forgot all about it. So I stood beside him the whole game, you know. Yeah, and then after the game, he went on business as usual. But that's Hal Lockhart. It was tough love, but I got that tough love. Every play that I played as a football player, I made a commitment. Either go hard or you go home. And my teammates loved me for that, because they knew that they could count on me, just as you guys. The guy beside you is the most important guy. If you can't count on him, you cannot possibly do your job correctly. So I made it my business to be the best, one of the best. And whether I got the accolades that come with it, we just play the game. We'll let the accolades come whenever they come. I didn't play for accolades. I played because I truly loved hitting people. That's why I played. It was the only place that I could play and I could hit somebody as hard as I wanted to without getting some repercussions or some type of, y'all know what I'm talking about. It was the only place that I could go. Like tonight, for about 3 hours, I can just let it all hang out. And that's exactly what I did, every play. So a story about me and letting it all hang out that didn't go so well, because we all know if you're here, you got great stories. But sometimes you got to tell some of your lowlights. So we're playing the Charlotte Blast down in Charlotte, North Carolina. And they got this running back. He just got cut from the NFL. He's a bad dude. I'm a bad dude. So we got to see who the baddest dude. So they're running off tackle, you know. I was like, all night long. And we have some good matchups, you know. So I was like, you know, the next play, I'm going to hit him as hard as I can. As hard as I can. So he comes through the hole, wham! Next thing you know, everything goes black. And then I come true. And I'm looking up. Lights are shining down on me. And the first thing that comes to my mind, did he score? Where is he at? So I was like, I couldn't feel my shoulder. And I look up. I lean forward. He's laying right there beside me. We're both laid out. And he looks at me and said, man, I think you're crazy. I was like, no, man, I'm not crazy, but you know what they say, iron sharpens iron. But just like I'm getting ready to get carried off this field, you're getting carried off too. So after the game, he shook my hand, and we had a long talk. He became one of my good friends as well. So it's just about football. When I played, they also called me Mr. Versatility, because I could play all of the skill positions at a high level. And I did the same thing throughout high school as well. So I thought I was a valuable asset to the Virginia Ravens. My career was cut short in high school as I had a severe ankle injury, so much so that they thought that I would never play football again. So I had to go and get, you know, second opinions and with this, that, and the other. And I started playing flag football. And I played that for a while, and then I just got the itch. You know, I want to play football again. I want to play football again. So I went back to the doctors and got that second opinion years later. And it's like, you can play if you like. You know, we don't see anything. It looks like it's healed up pretty good, and you can play again. So I think about a week or two later, I saw a Virginia Raven tryout poster. I was like, you know what? I'm going to go out and try out for the Virginia Ravens. I heard about them, but I didn't know anything about them. So I went out there, you know, tried out, and a little pat on my shoulder. Of course I made the team. You know, of course I made the team, you know. And 12 football years later, you see a few accolades on the screen. And as Mike said, it's deeper to me than the accolades. You know, I'm going to get the tackles, the touchdowns, the interceptions. It was more of the brotherhood. You know, it's like every week when we went on the road, and the Raven road trips are trips that you would never, ever forget. We had this thing called roll call. You know, some of you may have had it as well. You may have called it something different. Roll call is where we're going to see what you did in that 60 minutes of football tonight. So they say roll call, and they call out a player's name. And if you did nothing, they say he ain't do nothing. But if you did something, they would shout it out. So one of the things that everybody didn't want to happen is have their name called out on roll call and you didn't do anything. So that was one of the intimidating factors that people wanted to do something every game as well, to make some type of contribution to the team. I want to thank Tim Daniels, one of my teammates. He went to Hampton High School. He played on the semi-pro level as well. That's who got me onto the Ravens. He was like, man, when we were thinking about playing, he was the guy that actually saw the poster. So without him, I would have never been a Raven. I want to thank my good friend Mike, you know, for thinking of me to be in this fine group with these guys in this room, the class of 2023, because without you, this may not be possible today. I want to thank Hal and Mary Lockhart for just being like parents to the guys on the team. We call Miss Lockhart Mama, everybody, because she's like the most caring, and I hope she's watching this. She was one of the most caring people that you ever could meet. CJ, did you eat today? Baby, are you okay? She was just like your mom away from home. So we got to thank her. I want to thank Bob Yurchek. Bob Yurchek is like the guy, if you need any Raven stats, information, if you need any film, he has it, everything. He's like the collective cove of Raven, past, present, and probably future as well. I want to thank every guy that I played with. And here's another myth about football, semi-pro football. You ain't got to like the people you play with. You don't. You don't have to like them. You just have to be a unit for 60 minutes on game day. Because there was some guys on the team, we didn't get along. I ain't going to say I didn't like them, but we didn't get along. Mainly because we was pounding you in practice. And you know, either you want the smoke or you don't want the smoke. That's why you don't get along. He always hidden. Don't you got shoulder pads on? I came here today, I came to practice when I got out of my car, drank my Gatorade, put my shoulder pads on. I'm not the same CJ anymore. I'm ready for business. Every time I strapped up, I'm ready for business, whether it was against Mike, whether it was against Big Greg. Yeah, I would have tried you, Greg. You would have got me, but I'd have tried you. You know, so that's what football is about. You either about that life or you're not about it. And I commend everybody in this room on the minor league professional level, because the way we do it is totally different than the guys making the big bucks. So I want you to give yourselves a round of applause for that one, you know, because in closing, the commitment to football has led us all here today. I'm excited to be here with my friend Gloria. Thank you for coming with me. And she knows all the Raven stories too, y'all. Because every now and then on a Saturday night when I'm laid back and I don't have anything else to do, I got to tell her about the Ravens and the 30-game win streak, and the time I hit the quarterback that just got sent down from the CFL, you know, when I blocked the punt and I ran it back for a touchdown. She has to hear all those stories. So I want to thank you guys for having me in this prestigious club, and I'll take this jacket, and thank you so much, AFA.
It's my honor to welcome all you guys into the Hall of Fame, and especially my teammate Mike Rowan. When I heard Mike was going in, I went through, tried to find some old newspaper clippings and found a lot of quotes from our head coach, who was Jay Carver, who was inducted in 1994. All his quotes had to do with teamwork. And he would say, the only thing that matters is what we did as a team, and team stats. He wasn't big on individual stats. The only stat I will mention is that we won the state championship 7 years. In those 7 years, we lost 3 games. I met Mike. He played on a few other teams before he came to the Falcons, so I knew him from playing against them. Carver gave him a call when a couple of the teams had folded and brought him over, and Mike fit right in. From day one, he was a Falcon. He was a teammate that played as a team player. He was a type of player that prepared physically and mentally. He worked hard on everything. He knew the offense by the second day and knew it better than a lot of guys that had been on our team for years. Mike always led by example and was basically a coach on the field. But the best thing about him, he always had a second gear. You guys know the motor. When we needed a big play or when you were in a big game, you can't play like you've been playing. You got to step it up. You got to find something, and he always had it. I even liked when I played defense, so Mike would be off, on the sideline. A lot of times we could come off the field, and Mike, from watching what they were doing, would tell you, and I knew when he told me something, it was something I was doing wrong, and that was a big help. At one point, we didn't have a head coach, so Mike took over the offense and was a co-head coach for the team for 2 or 3 years, which kept us alive. You guys know how it is to keep people, and he kept us going. At the end of our career, after we retired, Mike got a phone call. There was a team that was going over to Scotland, and they needed players. So we went over and played an all-star team in Scotland, and we played in Edinburgh, Scotland. You know, they also came here and we played them, and it was just an honor to be there. But as we practiced and they realized what Mike brought to the team, he was made a co-captain of this team that we just were called to come and play. And again, they saw how he prepared, and like I said, he knew the offense better than the guys that have been there 10 years. And in that game, I was a defensive player, lineman. I hadn't played offense for 20 years. And I ended up playing right tackle next to Mike. And I didn't have a clue what I was doing, and the mentality's totally different, and I was really lost. So Mike basically told me every play, and even the count. And we were told before the game that they were going to run behind us. And our running back had over 300 yards that game. And it was really Mike, it wasn't me, but that's just the type he was, that Mike knew what was going on all the time. He was just a great teammate, and you know, he came to play every game. My friend, Mike Rowan.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate all the new inductees and old inductees that are already been in that are here. I'd like to thank a teammate of mine and John's who was inducted in the class of 2013, George Capellas, who's here. I really don't have a lot to say. I mean, we played because we loved the game. We had a good group of people, and it was something about having 30 to 40 people that you were there always for the same thing. You know, we were a family, and I've heard that family from most of the people who've talked already tonight. That was a big part of their team, and it was the biggest part of why we stayed together as long as we could. I'm going to get in trouble for saying this, but I'd also like to thank my wife for putting up with us for what we did. We went to Scotland. She was home with a 12-month-old and pregnant with another one. I said, I'll be back in a week. And I also like to, what means a lot, watching my boys grow up and become men. That's really all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Well, here we are again. First of all, I have got to congratulate my friend Tommy Akers. Well done. You know, I had these notes, I had these cool things to say, and I started doing them like a month ago. And I threw them away, and I'd write them again. And then I'm thinking, you know, Doug, you don't ever follow these stupid notes you make, so what are you doing? So I got cool notes, just a few words. Then after I'm hearing all of these people talk, some great stories, guys. I mean, we are so blessed to be a part of such a great group of people. But when I hear your stories, you know, I started thinking, passion. How many times have we heard the word passion tonight? I would say every single person here has been passionate about what they've given up so much to do. We didn't make any money. At least we didn't make any money. Maybe somebody is making money, but we didn't make it. Pride. That sense of pride that you're doing something special that most people don't get a chance to do. Think about the guys we played high school football with, college football with. Some of these guys were amazing. They didn't have the opportunities we did because they didn't give them themselves to go out and play this crazy game of semi-pro football where you got to drive yourself halfway across the godforsaken country to play some team that might show up. Or they're playing, I had a team we played against, and the guy was in sweatpants and taped thigh boards onto his pants. It was crazy. So we've all been there, but that pride in what we're doing is special, and it is. And then I hear things like professionalism, that professional attitude. You know, I forget, look, I played ball too long too. I don't remember anybody's names anymore. But Hal Lockhart's player. Hal Lockhart called me in Michigan and said, hey, I want you to come down to Orlando. I'm going to get inducted. I think it was Orlando, wasn't it? I'm going to get inducted in the Hall of Fame. Sarasota. Okay, see, I told you, I can't remember. So I'm sitting at Mr. Lockhart's table with Mary, and I start realizing I'm meeting some players, and I'm meeting people like Coach Nugent, and I'm like, oh my God, what is this? Who are these people? When I played in Michigan, we didn't know there was any ball outside of Michigan. We're like on an island, right? We didn't know. We heard about Racine. Some guys over in Racine are playing. Some people are playing in Chicago, we think. But I draw a line and I take that common thread through all of the things I've been hearing about passion, pride, professionalism, and to me, I just think of integrity. And in our business lives, in our personal lives, it seems lately it's really hard to find real, honest integrity in people. And when you do, it's a great feeling. It's a special feeling. And I see some guys, you know, isn't it cool? And I know you guys all think this. Tommy, I haven't seen you for what, 6 years? And we pick up like we talked yesterday on the phone. I couldn't have been more proud when I saw his name on the list. And to see Chris and the guys that we've been at the Casino Bowl, we don't see each other except for once every dozen years sometimes, and we pick up like it was yesterday. Where does that happen? I don't know if that happens to anybody. But that word integrity, and I think about all the qualified people and all the things we hear about executives, and we hear about players, the ability, coaches, and I realize that that's truly the reason I'm able to introduce Jason to you. Because I realized early on when Jason came to play for me, not only was he immensely talented, but I could stop worrying about the offensive line. I didn't know who this guy was, but he could play, and I just had enough to do, and I'm just letting him go. He says, Coach, I'm just going to go ahead and take care of these. I'm like, go ahead. You know, we had the best offensive line with guys that didn't play much football. And I learned that he was able to get the job done, not only as one of the standout players, but then I learned later as an executive, I would dare say that Jason could qualify on his own at any one of our categories. But he's qualifying as a player with the ability to run a team at a championship level, with the ability to market a team and put a great product on the field. But most importantly, as a person, because he's mentored many, many young people in the town of Muskegon that he lived in and played in, other players that saw him as maybe somebody that they would want to emulate because they didn't have leadership in their life. So I'm very proud, I couldn't be more proud, to introduce Jason and welcome him to our Hall of Fame.
Thank you, Doug. I'm going to ask you to bear with me because if I don't read, I forget. So, like many of you, 34 seasons of football, 34 years of football, probably closer to 40 seasons as I played multiple seasons in 1 year at different levels. So I've been hit in the head many times as well. I forget a little bit more than I used to, and I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't change a thing. So I want to thank Doug. Doug's been a phenomenal mentor, a coach, on and off the field. We've not only been on the field together, we've done business together. And I choose to be around people that I think, as Doug said, lead a life of high integrity. It means a lot to me. I'd like to thank the American Football Association Board of Directors and Dave for selecting me. It's just such an honor to be up here tonight. It's an honor to be here with this class, to be inducted this year with all of you with such a talented group of men. You know, you come around this game for so long and you meet so many people, and these people will touch your lives. And this is a moment that I will always remember being up here with all of you guys. Honestly, first and foremost, have to thank my children. My children grew up with a dad who played football, and that wasn't an easy life of a child. They had to have me gone for 6, sometimes 5, 6 months at a time. When it got to the semi-pro level, every weekend that we could be doing other things, camping, or what other things their other friends would be doing, we would be traveling, or I would be traveling, or they would be at our games, being a part of our staff, or helping being water boy. And Hans and Kylie, I couldn't thank you enough. They not only had to watch me play, but they had to watch me hurt. 34 years, I've had 34 surgeries. So it's been a toll on them to be a part of that, and having to see Dad be both sides of the monster on the field. And they had to deal with the whiny dad after surgery, and walking home and having broken fingers and whatever else was broke, because sometimes it was more than there was to mention. I got to thank my coaches in the past. I mean, from high school, Pee Wee, my college coaches. Jeff Quinn was my offensive line coach in college, and he made the biggest impression on me, and he taught me how to be a monster on the field. I was a pretty soft kid. I was talented, but I was soft. And until I got to college and played under him, I learned what it meant to just be an absolute monster and be tenacious on the field, and know when you walked on that field, you were the best person there. And I never stopped playing that way from that point on. And it makes a difference in the way you enter a game. It makes a huge difference in the way you enter a game. My teammates. I wouldn't be good if I didn't have good teammates. I can honestly say I've never been a part of a losing organization. I've never had a losing season in my entire career. And without those guys, we made each other better. We worked hard. I was with some talented men. Men that probably should have played at much higher levels than I ever did. And without them, I can't say that I would be successful. I have to thank my wife. My wife hasn't been a part of most of my football journey, but she is a part of my recovering journey. I think it's been 5 surgeries in the 3 years we've been together. So she's dealing with all the after effects of what 34 years does to your body. So my friends have been my cheerleaders for as long as I can remember. Whether it was in high school, college, professional, semi-pro, they've always been there. They've been my game day staff when I owned organizations. I mean, they've just always been there to support me, and I know I've got my best friend Brad here tonight, but I have many other friends that would be here if they could. And they've been just a huge support. Honestly, football has been my anchor. Not only have I had many injuries, I've had multiple bouts of cancer and played a couple seasons while I was getting chemo. And football was the thing that just carried me through it. It's what I looked forward to. It's what I wanted to do. And I'd be sitting there with an IV in my arm or in my chest, and my thoughts would go back to, I have to get done with this because I got a season to play. And it was always about that next season. And I knew I had to be done in time to train and to get ready so I could be not only a part of a team, I wanted to be the best on that field at offensive line, period. And I tell you, it just drove me. And it's continued to drive me really throughout my life. I don't think if it wasn't for football, my body would have the ability to heal through the things that it's been through and through the chemotherapy and the surgeries. It's just been, football has sustained me physically and emotionally, and I can't thank God enough for blessing me with the ability to stay on that field until I was into my 40s. And it was great. I've heard stories, and I'll tell you my favorite memory, and it's not from one too long ago. The last season I played, I got to play with my son. I started at center, and my son started at guard. And it was by far the best thing I could ever experience in my life, no matter what. Anything I've ever accomplished in football was never, or could never, take that place in my heart, because it was pretty special. The lessons and discipline and the skills that I've learned playing this game have really shaped the way I live. And I'm not talking about just the lessons that I've learned to be a good football player. I'm talking about the lessons that we have learned playing this game that teach us about being a teammate, teaching us about relying on others, teaching us that it's more important not to let somebody else down than to think of yourself. And I've used those lessons to form the way that I've wanted to live my life. Most people that have never been where we have been will understand that football is way more than just football. It's not just a game. It's never been just a game. And I'll never forget when I was in high school, we were at a buddy's house between school and before we had to show up to a game, and we're watching game film. There's probably 15 of us there, and his mom's making us stuff to eat, and she kind of just laughs and she says, "Guys, it's just a game." And I'll never forget Scott looking at his mom right in the eyes and say, "Mom, it stopped being a game a long time ago." And it's the truth. And I'm listening to the stories that you're all telling tonight, and it's so great because I know we all share that same feeling. That same feeling of it's not just a game. We lived for it. We lived for that game. We lived for the next hit. I used to love it. I loved it. I loved it when people didn't fear me. It's my favorite thing on a field. Don't fear me. Please don't fear me. Because I knew you were going to come at me then. I didn't want you coming at me halfway. I want you coming at me full. My favorite would be sitting there at center knowing that I got a linebacker getting ready to blitz that A-gap. And I'm just waiting for him. Come, please come. Because I'm going to knock your head off. And I would warn them before the game, don't blitz that gap. I know you're going to. Because being a part of a football team and being a good player was more about than just being talented on the field. I did a lot of studying before each game. I knew what they were going to do. Maybe they knew what I was going to do, but I knew I was going to do it better. And I could guarantee you when you left that game, you were going to feel every play you hit me. Every single play. I can't remember who said it earlier tonight, but the best part is when you hit somebody and you just hear it. Or you hit somebody and you hear that air leave their body. You hear that. Or as an offensive lineman, you that crack, and out of the corner of your eye, you see your back run right straight past you in that hole. It's what you live for. It's what I lived for. I don't have any trophies for being an offensive lineman. Much like Greg said, I don't really care. Every time my back scored, every time my quarterback threw a touchdown, my trophies were pancakes. When I put a guy on his back, that was my trophy. That's what I wanted. And the play was never over until one of us was on the ground, as far as I was concerned. And it's just, even talking about it, the feeling I get inside of me is what kept me playing for so long. And really, honestly, and when I say this, when people have asked me so many times, why do you keep doing this? That's why. That's why. When I was a young boy, I would dream of playing in the Professional Football League. I'd dream of playing in the NFL, and that wasn't a far-fetched dream for me because I had an uncle who was 10 years older than me that did play in the NFL and had quite a substantial career. And I grew up getting to watch him as he started 4 years at University of Michigan and then went on and played in the NFL, and he helped mentor me and helped train me. And it was a dream that I had. It was something that I always wanted to do, and it pushed me and it drove me. And having somebody that's not that much older than you, that when he was at the end of his career, is at the beginning of mine, we trained together. And it was just something that it just drove me. And when other high school teenagers, when I was in high school, when all the other guys were out partying and having fun, I was in the weight room. I mean, I spent 3 hours at least a day in the weight room. And I was a monster. I was bench pressing at least 500 pounds by the time I was 17. I was slow, but I was strong. Didn't realize I had no actual athletic talent until I got to college. You know, then I realized, I tell this story a lot too. I remember my first week in college, and they put me up against a guy who was a 3-time All-American defensive end, and they had me at right tackle. And I heard hut. And then I heard something hit behind me, and I wasn't exactly sure what it was, but it was a defensive end hitting my quarterback. And I literally couldn't get out of my stance before he was by me. And I remember my coach coming up to me in that first week, and he said, "How good do you want to be?" And I said, "I want to be as good as I can be." And from that time, for the next 3 years, we met every morning, just the two of us, at 4:30 in the morning. And we worked on foot speed, and we worked on all the drills that it would take for me to become a better football player, because I wasn't athletic enough at that time. And it was just an amazing thing. And it meant a lot of sacrifices. I always felt bad for my girlfriend in high school and in college, because I ate all the time, and it drove her crazy. I just had to eat constantly, because I was burning so many calories that I would eat roughly 10,000 calories a day. And it became a chore, and it's like everywhere we went I had to eat, and it was just such a pain. But those are the sacrifices that we make, and my sacrifice was different than yours, but we all made a lot of sacrifices to this game to be where we're at today. And it was all blessing. After not making a couple NFL rosters and being waived, I had to let my dream of the NFL go. But what I found when I did that is that I found that I wasn't playing the game to get in the NFL. I found I was playing it because I loved it. And I didn't want to stop. So I didn't. So I started playing minor league football, played some arena football. The point is that I just kept playing the game, and I realized that I loved it and I respected it. And I honestly wasn't exactly sure who I was without it, to be completely honest with you. So it drove me to keep playing. Not only did it drive me to keep playing, it drove me to want to teach others. And that's what I did. I've coached at, I think, just about every level now. But the most important level that I've ever coached was youth football. And especially getting to coach my son as he was growing up, and his friends. And to this day, these boys still come up and call me coach. They still hug me. And every time I still feel it right here. The hardest part about that is when they got to high school and I wasn't their coach, and they're still looking at me on the field for what to do, and I'm looking at them like, no, you got to listen to your coach down there. And that really transferred into wanting to teach young men. And because of that, that's when I got into owning football teams and starting football teams. And every football team that we've had, some of you may have heard of some of the teams, the Grand Rapids Thunder. That was the first team that I owned. 2004, I think. We played in the NAFL championship against a team out of, I don't even remember who they were, but they were out of California, and they came over and knocked our heads off. But they were, we were very successful. All the teams were successful, and it wasn't because we always had the best athletes. It was because we had a group of men that had a passion for teaching other men. And the one thing that I quickly realized about these young men, they're not boys, they're men. What we were doing was not only providing them a place to play football, for a lot of them, we were saving their life. Football was their outlet. It was a thing that just kept them going. It was a place where they had other men to talk to look up to, that you had something in common with. And you just kept going for that when life was beating you down. And it was something that I'm probably most proud of, is being able to mentor those young men and just give them a place to play, a place to call home and a place to call other men their family, because some of them didn't have that. In 2013, a group of us started a team called the Muskegon Mustangs, and again, we were very successful, but we started it with a little bit more of a business purpose. We had a mission to send young men to college. We all know that we've played with a lot of young men that probably should have went to college. For whatever reason, they didn't go to college because of maybe they got in trouble, maybe their grades weren't good. We've been on the field with a lot of them, but their talent level was really high. And I'm proud to say that that organization was able to send 7 men to college and help them with scholarships. And we had 6 of them graduate with college degrees. It doesn't seem like a big number, but if you help one person do that, that's enough. That's enough to keep doing it. And I think that that's what God has asked me to do, is to continue to bless other people with what I have learned. And I pray that each person in this room makes that choice to pass their knowledge on to others. There is more knowledge sitting in this room than I think any of us will ever realize. There's more passion in this room. There's more dedication in this room. There's more sacrifice in this room. And all of those qualities create great people. Pass that information, pass that love, pass that passion on to somebody. And I'd like to end with this. Not one person on the stage tonight or any man who stood on this stage prior got here alone. I wouldn't be here tonight without the multitude of people who have coached, supported, and mentored me through the years. And I'm honored to accept this award tonight, not just on behalf of myself, but on behalf of all the people who came before me, taught me, mentored me, and made me who I am today. I'd just like to thank you all tonight.
We're going to take a picture real quick. We're going to be selfish.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to accept this great honor for my father, Joseph St. Peter, who played for the EFL, the Hyde Park Cowboys back in Boston, Mass. First, I'd like to thank the American Football Association, Dave Birch, the AFA President, CEO, and the rest of the board who has made this trip out from Boston seamless. I would also like to thank my Uncle Frank St. Peter, Joe's older brother, who's also a Vietnam veteran, who's here with me tonight. I would also like to congratulate all the inductees tonight. You guys all deserved it, and the stories are great. This is a pretty cool moment, and I wish my father Joe was here to experience it. He was an original Hyde Park Cowboy when the Eastern League was formed. This wouldn't be his style to talk about himself, but since he has passed suddenly at the age of 67, I'll do it for him. In high school, he was an all-league tackle, played 2 seasons in the Boston Senior Park League, played for the Hyde Park Cowboys as their center for 10 years. He was an all-star 5 of them, played in 5 championship games for the EFL, won 3 of them, lost 2 of them. And I'm sure it's the 2 that he remembers the most that he lost. The Cowboys had some great players during his time. As I read through the program, it's nice to see his name inducted with some of the Cowboy greats and teammates like Earl Garrett, Ricky McCormick, Billy Joyce, Mikey Fallon, Joe Lombardi, Richie Young, and of course, Larry DeVoe, who helped start the Hyde Park Cowboys. I know Larry was trying to get my father inducted into the Hall of Fame for years when he was alive. He would call him over and over to the point where my father wouldn't even answer his calls. He just didn't like it that way. He didn't want to be recognized for playing football. I have 2 fond moments. As a young kid, when my father played for the Cowboys. One of those was sitting on his helmet on the sidelines when the offense was off the field, away from everyone else, because he was so intense while playing, he didn't want to be near anyone. And I'd like to thank Dave for actually posting the picture there, because it's a very fond moment as a young kid. The second moment is kind of a funny story. Actually, when I was a young kid, we grew up in a little project in Hyde Park. Most of the guys who played for the Cowboys grew up in that same area. The Cowboys rattled off win after win every weekend. After the games, the players would go down to a local bar called Billy Jack's. They were the bar that sponsored the football team. Then at like 4 a.m., my mother and father would come home, and anyone who drank at Billy Jack's know they probably weren't sober. All of a sudden, I heard the basement door open. The basement is where I slept. It was dark and dungy with a cement wall. But it seemed like every weekend I would hear that door open, and then I would wait for it. Crash after crash. This would be my mother, who was tougher than any cowboy, and there was some crazy son of a bitches on that team. She would take his most prized possessions, his trophies from the Cowboys, the championship trophies, some MVP trophies, as they got into an argument, and she would rifle them down the stairs off the cement wall. These trophies would break into 100 pieces. And the next day, he would find a shop that would put the trophy back together piece by piece. Until one year, the shop owner said, "Joe, there's nothing else I can do for these trophies." So today, I gladly, along with my Uncle Frank, accept this introduction to the ultimate trophy an original Hyde Park Cowboy could get. And I promise this one won't get smashed to pieces. Thank you guys very much, and congratulations on the inductees.
Hi, everyone. So, really honored to be here to be able to present my husband for this amazing honor that he is being awarded. Really don't want to spend any time speaking to his achievements because they speak to themselves, but rather as one of the wives to speak to the impact that semi-pro football has had on me, my life, and my family. You know, they say a prophet is never honored in his homeland, but those don't know semi-pro football. There was a stretch of years where I couldn't walk into a sporting goods store in our area without someone saying, "Is one playing on Saturday?" I have no idea who you are, but yes, he'll be there and he'll be playing, so come on down. Additionally, happy to see some Racine Raiders here. You might appreciate this particular story. My husband played for the St. Paul Pioneers, and there were plenty of times where they played against the Raiders. And one particular time I remember, let's be real. First of all, we never expected to beat the Raiders in their home stadium. Anybody who's been to Horlick, you know. And that's totally fine. But I do remember one time stepping away to go get a pitcher of beer for those of us in the stands, and it just so happened that this one had scored a touchdown while I was gone. And I come back, and sorry, Mom, I know you're watching. I come back to see my mother stand up, turn around in the stands, jaw at a Raiders fan who didn't like the fact that my husband scored a touchdown at their home field. We still laugh about that to this day. Additionally, a little bit about me personally. I am the youngest of 4 girls. Say a prayer for my father. He's all right, but that's a lot. And I always wondered what it would be like to have a brother. And this man, for 14 seasons, presented 50 new opportunities a year for me to have a brother. And I have so many now. These men have participated in my wedding. They were there for the birth of this child, and so many more events in our life, off the hash marks, away from the stadiums. So I'm really thankful for what semi-pro ball has brought to us. And I don't want to get long-winded or emotional up here. So with that, why don't you tell them who we're presenting tonight?
I'm presenting my dad, Damian Roshan Washington.
Yeah. I swear you must have put some satin or gold or something in this jacket because it sure feels good. Doesn't it feel different than any other suit jacket you've had on, fellas? It feels good. I'm very thankful. I'm very thankful. I'll start off by saying thank you, Dave. Thank you for the American Football Association and all of the wonderful members and participants that came this evening and who preceded me in this wonderful moment. It's hard to feel worthy of this moment right now, if I'm being honest, because I know how many people put in the work and gave the time, gave the effort, instilled a little bit something in me so that I could be here to this day. I'm going to try not to take too much time, but still do the moment honor and justice. And I just want to start off with maybe a few thank yous and maybe a couple of stories, okay? First, I want to thank my family, my mom, for actually signing that football waiver that I asked her to sign in high school. It took her a couple weeks and a lot of convincing to let her baby boy get out there, but she did it. And you know, she'd tell you to this day she still didn't want to sign it. And that she's incredibly proud of me now. My dad, who was just about at every event that you could possibly be at, and gave his time to coach me, to push me, to challenge me, and all of those sort of things. Little known story, my father was my high school track coach. And we would have early morning practices. And my dad would set an alarm for himself, and he would purposely set it a little bit quieter so that I wouldn't hear it, and that I had to get up on my own. And there was a few days that he left me behind for those early morning track practices, just so I'd be instilled with that work ethic and I'd have that lesson. And that's something that I took with me to this day. My brother Christopher, who was my first all-time quarterback in the yard, in my front yard, played all the knee football with me in the living room, and was the first one to really tell me that I was going to be something and do something, and that I had some talent. So without him, I don't think I'd be here. My lovely in-laws, who have been incredibly supportive from the very first opportunity they had. They've been to so many games. They helped me even get here at this moment, so I want to give them a definite thank you. But more importantly, my wife, Rhea. Rhea, she came later into my football journey. I was an original pioneer. I mean, I started the team. But I couldn't have finished it, and I couldn't have done it without her. She cut my tape off my ankles at the end of games, you know, on the benches. She had her own little shark. She kept me awake when I had concussions, and she was worried about me. She drove me and my buddies when we didn't want to ride the bus 6-7 hours to and fro, and I'd be asleep in the front seat so I could be ready for a game. And she's listening to Guillaume talk the whole time in the back seat and keep her up. She bought gas stations out of Gatorade when we realized we didn't have Gatorade for the national championship game in Florida, and literally went in with her credit card and bought every Gatorade in the gas station and came with cases to the game. So when I say that this woman was incredibly supportive and I would not be here without her, I 100% mean that. So can you please give her a round of applause? I didn't start playing football till my sophomore year in high school. And in those days, we didn't get a girdle, right? We had this long belt, and you had to put your hip pads in the belt, you had to thread it through the belt, you had to put your tail pad through the belt, you know, there's all these little different things that you had to do. And I distinctly remember sitting after getting my pads for the first time and having to watch the older guys put on their pads because I didn't know how to do it. I distinctly remember getting my helmet for the first time and flipping it over and seeing that little white sticker on it that says, does not prevent severe injury, use at your own risk, all of those other sort of things. And at that moment, I knew it was real. You know? I knew that I had made a decision to step in between the white lines. And I commend anyone and everyone who's made that decision, because it's not easy. Once you go from that click-clack of concrete to that quiet step of grass, it's a different game and it's a different time. And only a few of us know that. And so I'm incredibly proud to be in a room with men that share those moments, that know that the helmet slips on a little bit easier in the third quarter, that knows that the most important part of a football game is not the touchdowns that you score, but the moments in the locker room, the moments on the benches, and all of those other things that I miss to this day. I want to thank, during that time of learning how to put on my first pads, my high school teammates and my high school coach, Coach Murray, Coach Jam. I know I'm going to forget a few people, but Ezra, Miles, just the entire Kenwood Bronco football team. You guys took someone who had just been playing sandlot football in the streets of Chicago and taught him to love the game. And without those years in high school with those great men and that great coach, I would not have the opportunity to stand here in front of you guys today. So I want to thank them from the bottom of my heart. I also like to thank all the guys that I spent the time with at Augsburg. I went to Augsburg College, a small D3 school. And while I was there, I'm very fortunate enough to play. He's going to be very surprised. I don't know if you oversee this, but he'll be very surprised that I'd even mention this. By a guy named Scott Vistendahl. And if you guys don't know who Scott Vistendahl is, Scott Vistendahl broke Jerry Rice's record in the NCAA for career receptions. And when I tell you that man taught me how to run a route without ever even knowing it, everything that I did on between the white lines after that, every stem, every top of the route, every angle taken, every coverage read, it had a little piece of him in it. So I want to give a special shout out to him for teaching me and being a tent pole even when he didn't know it. I also want to thank Desmond Oakley, one of my dear friends at Augsburg, who kept my head down, kept me moving, kept me in the right direction, was always there for me on the football field. I want to thank Brian Warden, who did the same, and Guillaume Pack. Without those guys, I don't think I would have made it through 4 years of college football, to be honest with you. But they kept my head down, they kept me after it, and I wouldn't be where I am today without them. Now, everybody has a different kind of journey to minor league, semi-pro football, however you want to phrase it. I'll be honest with you guys. I graduated from college. I had a small apartment in South Minneapolis. I had a small hourly job at a park district running an after-school program. My mother was an educator, so I felt like that was the right thing to do. But I was absolutely rudderless at that time. So I was on a boat and I was moving in the right direction, so I felt. But I don't think I had an anchor. I don't think I had any oars, and I definitely didn't have a rudder, if you know what I mean. I was just kind of floating along. And my guy Guillaume, who I mentioned earlier that came play football at Augsburg, he came over one day and he said, Show, that was my nickname, The Show, that's why I got here. But he said, Show, why don't you come play football with me? I think you'd enjoy it. I hemmed and hawed a little bit, but eventually I did. And when I tell you that I wouldn't be here because of him, it's not just because he suggested I play football, but the man picked me up for every practice. He got me cleats. He brought me to the store to get my helmet. He made sure I had pads. And all these years now, I'm here. So when I tell you that one of my goals is to be able to introduce him into the Hall of Fame one day, because he is definitely deserving. And I look forward to having that opportunity. So Guillaume Pack, thank you, brother. I'd also like to thank the Pioneers organization as a whole. 25 years that we've been doing this now. It started by Adam Gold and a very good group of men that decided I was going to play for them, not necessarily the other way around. And I'm very thankful for that. George Juice Hall. We lost Juice last year. I'm sorry. The Pioneer organization, everybody has that tentpole person, the person that rallies everyone, that keeps every person moving, that sets the tone and the attitude of your organization. George Juice Hall was that person, and without him, there would be no me. And I'm very happy to and thankful to take his legacy and to continue to do those things for the Pioneers to this day. Success often comes out of struggle, as you guys know, and the Pioneers have had a lot of success. I've been fortunate enough to have a lot of success with them. But if you ask me what my favorite season was and my favorite group of guys, I have to be 100% honest with you, is the one losing season we had. One. Because those men, they truly taught me how to enjoy the game and to play with passion and to play with fun. The years prior to these men that I'm getting ready to mention, I had a lot of Minnesota Gophers on my team, to be honest with you. Great group of guys. Donnie Dalton, Ryan Venturini, Crawford Jordan, Fred Rogers, really good football players. And we just ran through a lot of teams. I mean, there was times that I wouldn't get on the field to the second quarter, and we're up 28 points. And you can imagine how that looks. You know, I'm an offense, right? So I'm standing on the field begging these guys, hey, can you kneel the ball or something so I can get out there? You know? But they were incredibly talented. And when those guys retired, we struggled a little bit as an organization to find the right mix of group, the right mix of guys, you know, to do that. And I'm sure, you know, if you've done this a while, you've had, you know, ups and downs in your organization. And these guys came and like I said, they taught me what brotherhood, what family, and what the reason why was. Shannon Johnson, Jesse Luff, Ben Campbell, T. Broussard, Chris Kelderman, Scott Ramsdale, the Pierce Mitchell family. I can't thank you enough for giving me the opportunity to have this longevity and have this. We started with our 1-9 season, and we truly were a team that had a bunch of different pockets of families, right? And selfishly, I just wanted to play ball, man. You know, I didn't want it to go away. I just wanted to play ball. So I had to figure out how to still keep us together as a captain and as a leader and somebody who had been on this team before, to have these guys come out and do this. And little did I know that they showed me the way by being a family, by enjoying themselves, by, you know, not concentrating on the negative, by always embracing the positive and being there for one another. And to this day, those are the men that my lovely wife speaks about. I've been at funerals, weddings, baptisms, every sort of life event that you can name because of this organization and because of those men. And I couldn't thank them enough for supporting me, for keeping me humble, that as well. I can't tell you how many messages I got while I was sitting there messing with me and joking with me about things like that, you know, during the presentation. So those guys keep me humble as well. And I wouldn't be anywhere without them. I won't take up too much of your time, but I had, when I first started playing minor league ball, I had no idea that something like this was possible. I'll be honest. Adam Gold, he handed me my jersey for the very first time, and I told him, I said, my goal, I said, Adam, I said, I will be the only one to ever wear this jersey. You will retire it when I'm done. And he smiled at me and laughed. I don't think it was a laugh to say it wouldn't happen. I just think he was like, who's this kid? That's an audacious thing to say. But I've always been the type of person that set goals. And not just short-term goals, but long-term goals. Because those are the things, that goal helped make sure that throughout my career, that I had my light in the right place. As a receiver, we're hot-headed. We can get passionate. We always want the ball. So you understand being a receiver is a tough position. I have to have 5 guys do their job right, 5 offensive linemen. I have to have 1 quarterback decide to throw the ball. If it's a 4-receiver set, I have less than a 25% chance to get the ball. And then on top of that, it just floats in the air. And I have to wait for a guy like you, sir, to possibly make a mistake or not knock my head off. Right? All of those things have to happen for me to have a chance at success. And sometimes those things got difficult. These men that I mentioned before, this wonderful organization, they always, that goal, it never let me stray too far with that passion, to always be the right type of person. And I'll say to the people at home, and I tell this to my guys because now I'm currently the head coach of the St. Paul Pioneers. I say this to my guys, I didn't get my jersey retired because I was a great football player. I got my jersey retired because I was a good person, because I treated people the right way. And I'm going to assume that is the same case for all of you in this room, right? You treated people the right way. You gave effort. You gave thanks, right? So that is incredibly important, a message that I get across to the guys that are watching. The greatest part of this, as a matter of fact, is, don't get me wrong, I love it. I'm enjoying the heck out of this, man. This is great. To have a capstone to your quote-unquote legacy, to feel acknowledged is a wonderful thing. But the most important part and most impactful part for me, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, is to hopefully give the longevity, to give the next generation something to strive for, a reason to stick it out, a reason not to quit, a reason to play, a reason to do all those things so that one day I can be up here announcing and introducing some of those guys for the next generation. That is the greatest thing. If there's any sadness in that, is that I can't bring everybody with me in this moment. I have so many deserving pioneers, so many. And especially when you play a position like wide receiver, you can't do it by yourself. So I look forward, and I will fight very hard to make sure that many of my brothers get inducted and have this opportunity as well, because they're very deserving. And I know that I stand on the shoulders of giants, and I stand on the shoulders of greatness, and I stand on the shoulders of many people's effort as I stand here today. I will close out by saying, support this organization, support each other, support yourselves. I will continue to come back, Dave, and do this, because the jacket won't mean anything if the organization doesn't exist, right? So I implore all of you, as I stand here and as I leave, to do that, to come back, to pay the dues, to do all those things, to encourage others to be a part of this organization. Open up these opportunities for your teams, past, present, future, whatever it is, as long as Dave and the wonderful board keeps presenting these opportunities for us. Because it's not over when you take that helmet off for the last time. It's not over when you put those pads in the closet. There's other opportunities to swap those stories, share those memories, and to have impact on others. And I look forward to joining you guys for many, many years and having many, many celebrations and filling this room up to capacity. Now, finally, I got one question, Dave, because I said that I told you guys about long-term goals, and I said that I was going to be, that I'm the head coach of the St. Paul Pioneers, right? My third year now, First year lost to COVID. Can I be inducted twice? Can I be inducted as a head coach too? Is that a goal I should have? Yeah. You got to set goals, people, right? You got to set goals. So that's just, thank you very much. I appreciate you all, and I'm very humbled by the honor. Thank you.
Good evening. Welcome all enshrinees. What a beautiful evening. And also, I will tell you, spectacular, David. It's been a special privilege to be able to nominate and announce one of our newest members of the Hall of Fame in front of so many distinguished guests tonight. It's over 20-some years. There are faces I've seen tonight that I haven't seen for at least a decade. And so to have a chance to have a real pioneer come up and get enshrined today in front of such an amazing group of people, it's quite spectacular. When you join this club, I would tell people in semi-pro, there's only 3 people that actually play semi-pro football. It's folks that never got to play another game at their high school senior year and were crushed by the idea that they would never play again and found a way to play on the lost fields of dreams in semi-pro. And then there were college athletes that came back and had something else to give. And then most of us know the third category, which was referenced earlier. It's the only legal way to hurt someone. And so these are the folks that will show up on your football field to practice. And I will say one story that I know that Craig remembers, and that is that we had a guy that had a nefarious employment, and we also had a sheriff on the same team. So if you ever saw the cartoon where the coyote and the sheepdog comes by and they clock in, morning Sam, morning Ralph. Well, that was pretty much at the end of practice. Our sheriff would say, "Hey, Carlos, you got like 10 minutes," and then he'd let him go, and then we'd see each other next weekend, and that's semi-pro. And in the beginning days, Craig Witz, who's coming up here today as one of your last member of the 2023 class, was a center for us with the Springfield Buccaneers in the early 90s. And he said immediately that he was going to start his own team in Decatur, Illinois. And he decided to call it the Decatur Bears. If you remember, the Staley Bears began in Decatur, Illinois. Craig Witz was the guy to bring them back. And man, did they have an incredible run, which started 5 teams from the team that he started that went on to build the Midwest Football League, the Mid-Continental League, and then 30 teams that all of us helped build and develop in Central and Southern Illinois. So without any other delay, ladies and gentlemen, Craig Witz. Give him a round of applause, please.
Wow. Thank you. I just want to first say thank you to my Lord and Savior. Thank you to my wife, who put up with all the nonsense that I dealt with over those years, and still continues to put up with my stuff that I am always dealing with. I want to thank Chris and all the Bucks and the Outlaws, my brotherhood from my Springfield team, which was just 30 miles away from us. Thank you for your believing in me and what we did early in those days. Appreciate that. Thank you to all my Decatur Bears brothers on my leadership team that were all my co-owners: Tracy Stepney, Kurt Gillespie, Terry Greider, Bill Wood, Kevin Cooper, rest in peace. I couldn't have done it without those guys. Thank you to my family that basically did all the different jobs at the field while we were playing. They were running concessions and taking tickets and making sure that the team doctor for the other teams didn't get in free. Make sure that we paid and got the refs paid, and they took care of all those details for me. But what I wanted to talk to you about was lessons. And football has helped me learn a lot of different lessons. I don't know if you've heard that saying, but if you've went through any kind of member of football, 2-a-days, boot camp is easy, and there's a lot of truth to that. If I hadn't have played football, I don't think I would have been able to go through 5 deployments and all the different years, 22 so far in the military, without having a background of instilling toughness and tenacity and perseverance that football established in me. When I first started playing in the Sangamo Express, and Sangamo Express were probably, if you had tiers in semi-pro, they were like 4A. They were pretty low on the tier. They were very poorly run. And one of the first lessons we learned, Chris and I, is what not to do. They did everything wrong. And during that first season, it was a lot of hard knocks. My first road game was in Racine at Horlick Field, and playing against some of these guys that were already inducted tonight. It was not a good night. We got smoked 66-6. They were really upset that we scored that 6 points, and they made sure that we paid for it the rest of the game. But I did learn something from that. If you've never been to Horlick Field, they have a concession stand, but right next to it they got this massive equipment shed that everything they have is right there. They have this awesome field. It looks like mini Soldier Field if you've never been there. And it's very inspiring, if you will. If you're 22, you don't know much about semi-pro, and you're like, hey, I think I could do something similar to this. So I took that knowledge and I decided to start my own team the next year. But it took me a little bit of time, so I played for Chris with the Bucks the following year, but I brought 10 guys with me from Decatur to play with me over in Springfield. And we secretly wore our Decatur Bears t-shirts under our Bucks jerseys. They don't like to hear about that part. So I didn't have a home field of my own, so what I did is I found a trailer that I could pull behind my truck, and I filled it with all the equipment to kind of make my own mobile Horlick Field and have an opportunity for guys to have all their equipment and everything in this trailer. They didn't have to bring anything. They didn't have to wash it. We took care of it all. Was one of the first teams downstate to do something like that, and that's what Chris says he was most envious of, is that trailer. But you know, that first year we ran my own team in '97. I was like, well, why are we starting this? And the sponsors wanted to know, and I said, well, Decatur sucks, and there's not much in Decatur that's got any kind of thing going for it. So we wanted to have something that young men that are out of high school could go and do and not get in trouble. And so we started the Bears, and my co-founder, Tracy Stepney, he was a Dallas Cowboy fan. I'm sorry. And he decided that the colors needed to be silver and blue, and I said, how about blue and silver? So that's kind of how we started out. And another lesson I learned from the Force of Illinois, they wanted to come and play us, and I figured out why they wanted to come and play us. We were the Decatur Bears, and if you've never seen Palos Heights Orland Park Force play, they're wearing the old Chicago Bears uniforms. And Dick Butkus' nephew played for them, and so when they came, they made sure that they gave us a royal butt kicking in our first year there. So that was another good lesson learned, that don't just schedule teams to come play that you don't know too well, because you might just be the doormat for them. That first year, you know, Decatur's not a nice place. It's got a lot of hood areas, but when we decided to go and play the Chicago Falcons at was it Walter Lutheran South? Hanson was when we were with the Bucks, but Walter Lutheran South, and Tommy's like, oh yeah, come on down. I learned a lot of that game from Tommy about gamesmanship. Tommy has the propensity, if you don't know how the Falcons operate, if the game starts at 7, their bus rolls in at 6:59. Their players walk off the bus fully dressed, stretched. They were stretching on the bus. And then they would proceed to kick our teeth in. So it was quite a first year, and I decided to, along with some help from the Bucks and the few others, that we put on our first league all-star game in '97, and that's when the league kind of became one brotherhood. We got to meet a lot of those guys that we hated, and we played with the Falcons on our side, and I think we really got along good with the Falcons because we both hated Rick Starosta and the Lake County Vikings. So we really enjoyed playing together, mutual dislike for that team. One funny story, a lesson learned that it doesn't matter what color you're wearing. If you're semi-pro and proud, you're all part of the same brotherhood. Some of the Falcons took me out on that All-Star weekend, and in Decatur, they took me to the Black Elks. Now, I didn't know there was such a thing in Decatur as the Black Elks, but they took me out to it until about 3 o'clock in the morning. And my wife, who's been with me the whole time, is wondering where I'm at. These 4, maybe 5 large black gentlemen from the Falcons come and knocking on the door saying, "Oh, Mrs. Witz, it's all right. He was with us." So that's how we got to be pretty good friends with the Falcons, and we really enjoyed our rivalry we had with those guys, and they taught us a lot of lessons. We actually got a chance to play in 3 championship games, and the greatest game we ever lost was a 3 overtime loss to the Springfield Bucks. And then we won the final the next year in 2000, and went to the league the next year, 2002, and didn't make the championship, but got invited to a couple of national tournaments, and Jim was gracious enough to give us that invite all the way down in Southern Illinois, and enjoyed our time there. And as I learned in impromptu speaking, it's good to be brief, be brilliant, and be gone. Thank you for your time.
All right, folks, let's have another hand for our class of 2023. I got to tell you, listening to these stories, and I never had the connections with all these names, but hearing some of the names mentioned tonight and some of the stories, now all of these dots are starting to connect. And over the years, I've heard some of the stories, but now it starts to integrate. This is really interesting. I really enjoyed hearing your stories and the sharing, and don't worry about the time because this is the same time we finished last year. I don't know how we do it, okay, but it works out perfect. That's about all we have, but before you get out of here, we got to get your picture. So I want you to, the class of 2023, line up here so we can get a photo with this in the background.